disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. Just, I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
We just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You're happy because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. You're happy because you got nothing. Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Welcome everybody to the Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the true north. This is your good friend Mr. BDA, and King Bucho will be here momentarily. I will also be calling everybody, all the regular panelists out there. Come on in. I'm going to be calling you in a couple of seconds. Before we do that, before we get to the fun, we just had Dimitri Andrade, that is beating a very tough Liam Williams by unanimous decision, but you get the feeling that not everybody out there is, impressed with this. Before we get to the fun here, fellas, though, because I want to hear from everybody, don't forget we do have a bit of a fundraiser on the line here for Gonzalo. His baby's in the hospital. He was born prematurely, then he ended up getting pneumonia, and he's been intubated for longer than he should have, longer than normal, and the expenses, as you can imagine, are piling up. So there is a GoFundMe link in the description of this video. I think we can also post it here on the chat momentarily, so go check that out. And thanks to everybody who has been cooperating in helping Gonzalo, whether it's by donating or by spreading the word. Mark, I know, is doing a 6-day stream, and he's been putting the word out there. I think Intangible Boxing, who was on that show as well, was talking about how he was spreading the word. I mean, everybody who's donated, everybody who spread the word, thank you guys. It's for a good cause. And I'm pretty sure Gonzalo will really appreciate it. Now, on to the fight. Actually, before we get to that, let's get to the people in the chat room. Chris Court, shout out to Chris Court, Casual M, Michael Stock, Redman, Alan Partridge, Wesley M, Andres Hernandez Jr., Tel J, Iceman, Richard C, the Fight Scout, the Quags, shout out to the Quags, Padja, Andres Hernandez, Virtuoso, shout out to Virtuoso, and many more people to come, I'm sure. Fellas, thank you for joining us. All right, Bucho, are you there?
Yep.
All right, let's get right to this. Was that?
Jesus Christ. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it loud?
No, you're doing good.
I sound loud over here. Fucking Christ.
Actually, you sound pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, you go ahead.
Well, let me tell you. Let's start off with the good. Oh shit! I like that Andrade was sitting down on his shots. Okay, that's number one. He's not a powder puff puncher. He's not a Paulie Malignaggi. He can crack pretty hard, and you saw that he was doing damage against Williams. On the other hand, that's the story of of Andrade's career. He looks good in the first 3-4 rounds, like he did against Zulensky, and then he can't sustain that pace. He can't sustain the power, and he just moves. Like I've said before, great defense. He's got beautiful defense, but that's all he does: defense. One shot, clinches. Again, he holds on, moves. One shot, clinches. After those 6 rounds, okay, every once in a while he would shoot one shot, and he was lucky that he was able to catch Liam Williams flush on the face. By the way, Liam Williams had very little defense, so you got to give him credit for toughness, but with that defense coming forward, see, that's the thing, Butcher, right? We always talk about on this channel how people say, oh, it's hard, it's easier to go forward than to go backwards. Bullshit. If you're coming forward, you're opening yourself up for shots, and the pressure fighters that have been able to sustain long careers, like Golovkin, those are the guys that people should look up to, because they're actually trying to create the fight while staying defensively responsible. They're not just walking in their head first. And so that's the thing with Andrade. But Bucho, another thing, and I know everybody's got a lot to say here. The Marquis of Queensberry rules, state emphatically, no wrestling. That's number 2 here. No wrestling or hugging. That means clinching. The amount of clinching that was going on in that fight. No warning. Well, actually, he finally warned him, I think, in the last round, but it wasn't even one of those stern warnings where, hey, if you clinch again, I'm going to take a point away. That the ref was just going, ¿Qué tú estás haciendo, man? ¿Qué tú estás haciendo, chico? And he was some Latino guy from the island, but he would never take a point away. He would never actually threaten to take a point away. The amount of clinching was disgusting, and this is why we've been saying all along, Andrade against one of the top, everybody that says, oh, they're avoiding Andrade, you think they're looking at this guy who struggles against Martiriosian and who struggle against Kolke, and they're shaking in their boots? I mean, come on. Anyway, Bucho, you take it away, man. I'm going to try to open up the phone lines here because I want to hear from people as well, and I'll be listening to you as well.
All right, I can see we have already people in the chat talking about this. Michael Stock says Canelo would have absolutely destroyed him. And this is the thing, like people who are, listen, Andrade is not a bad boxer. But I'll tell you what, I wasn't really surprised when he came out guns blazing in the first round and hurt Williams. Because this is exactly what he did against the Polish Zulensky. You know, you all of a sudden you're like, "Wow, Andrade's gonna, get a stoppage over here. It's only the first or second round," but then he slows down. And this is what happened in this fight. Like, sure, he was hurting Williams multiple times. He wasn't getting it out of there. As a matter of fact, Williams never stopped trying. Maybe here and there after he got hurt, he was a little bit on the back foot. Williams was, but for the most part, he was aggressive. He didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. And people were saying, "Oh, Andrade, he's gonna cause Golovkin big issues, Canelo and Charlo and Jacobs." I'm sorry, but this guy, why didn't he fucking go on the back foot against Williams and just simply outbox the guy? I mean, he's that great. That's what some people were saying. Andrade is such a good boxer. He's just gonna move around Canelo, move around Golovkin, and outbox these guys. It's not that easy. He literally would have needed to run like Lara did against Canelo.
Great point, man.
To actually not get hit, not get into a real fight. He was dragged into a fight from time to time, and this is what happened. Like, I didn't look good. Now, give credit to, Liam Williams. A lot of people on this show were actually saying that he was a good boxer. He was going to be competitive, and it was. So these guys over here, to be honest, I didn't really watch that many fights from Williams, so I didn't really make a prediction for this fight. But a lot of the guys on this show did, and they said that, you know what, Williams is a tough opponent. Okay, fair enough. But most people were saying that Andrade was just going to go through this guy. So I really want to hear what some of these fans have to say about this fight. So we're going to open up the phone lines.
They are open. Yes.
We're gonna open up maybe StreamYard as well, Mr. BDA.
I don't want it to get
temporarily because some people actually do prefer StreamYard. And I really want to hear what the fans have to say. You don't have to keep 5 people on StreamYard. Just
okay.
Take one and then kick him out.
Okay. But now I just want to say something here. By the way, the phone lines are open, people. Phone lines are open, and don't forget to hit that like button. Here's the thing, man. Andrade, we have to be fair though, because styles make fights. Now, if Golovkin fights Andrade, he's not not just gonna barge forward like Liam Williams did. Williams is a different type of fighter that he likes to stick to you like glue. On the other hand, Williams's defense guard sucked for the most part. He was eating uppercuts, and when he wasn't eating uppercuts, he was eating straight lefts. He doesn't have that good a jab. You could tell if he worked on it, he would have a very good one. But he just and obviously his arsenal was very limited. Golovkin, okay, he's slower than Liam Williams because Liam Williams is 28, so he's about 10 years younger. But Golovkin is going to be going in there, cutting off the ring in a smarter way. He's not going to smother himself because that's what Williams was doing all night. Now, I understand that's partly because of Andrade, because he was making him eat those uppercuts, and so therefore Williams was hesitant to stay at that mid-range. So I understand that he wanted to be very, very close, and that allowed Andrade to clinch him. But Golovkin's would not allow him to do that, and Golovkin would be going in there with a shotgun jab. On the other hand, Golovkin, I don't know what's up with this guy. They're saying he's gonna fight Murata, but I mean, it seems like all he wants is Canelo the third time. I think he needs to get into his head that fight might not happen. Canelo seems intent on wiping out the 168-pound division. So I think Triple G at this point, he should go after Andrade, because if you haven't seen it already now that Andrade is vulnerable, then you're never gonna see it. That's my contention. I see we got Recognize on the Discord. That Recognize, you there?
Hello.
Recognize, thank you for being on the show. As always, curious to hear your thoughts on the fight we just had between Andrade and Williams. Well, start off with the good. Start off with the good. There had to be something you liked about it. I mean, you can't just be meh. What did you like about it, about Andrade's performance?
Not really anything special. I thought he was catching them with big shots. He won a lot of rounds because he hit him with the cleaner shots. And if it wasn't for that, he would have lost most of those rounds in my scorecard because he was getting outworked. I think the reason why he was able to catch Liam Williams with bigger shots is because, you know, he kind of like when he's coming forward, he kind of leans into punches. You know, he has this shape when his stance is like kind of like leaning into like uppercuts and blinding shots. So I think that's what really cost him the fight, because if you really look at the action, he was really outworking Andrade like after the first two rounds. After the first two rounds, I thought he was going to knock him out. Something that I noticed about Andrade, he's a front runner. He has a lot of DAS and electrolytes that work for him in the first couple of rounds, but after that, he starts to fall apart, man. He falls apart. He got hurt a couple of times too.
Recognize.
So
would the fight
I'm not impressed.
Would the fight have gone differently for Andrade had he not been allowed to clinch so much?
Probably. I mean, the Williams cat was pretty dirty himself too.
Well, yeah, he was clinching when he had to, right? Every time he got hurt, he would clinch. Yeah. So but Andrade was clinching throughout the fight. It's a little bit worse because, you know, so I had to wonder what was going to happen had he not been allowed to clinch. And the referee, I think Gonzalo said that the referee's from your neck of the woods, from the island. I'm not sure. I haven't confirmed, but if he is, you need to have a talking with him.
That's all you heard was break.
Yeah, break.
Yeah, did you hear how the way he said break? Like, break. Yeah. It was so weird. It was like, damn.
Break.
Yeah, I took my eyes off the fight for 2 seconds, and I hear, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? That's like the ref is saying break.
I mean, this guy's
going,
yeah, he was. You gotta stop the clinching. You gotta stop the clinching. Well, why don't you take a point away? He didn't take.
Do you guys think that Boo Boo's fans are gonna like calm down a little bit now, or are they gonna?
No, they're gonna be like, this was a shutout. I mean, look, I thought he won pretty comfortably. I thought it was like anywhere from 6-6 to 8-8, 8-4. Excuse me, 8-4. So he won either by, you know, if you give him all the benefit of the doubt rounds, I thought he won 8-4. If you give it the other way around, I had it 6-6. But he still wins because of the knockdown. It wasn't an impressive performance, I could tell you that.
I mean, look, he did what he had to do. He did what he had to do, but all these people saying that the Canelo and Triple G were trembling in fear, or even Charlo for that matter, I think they got another thing coming.
I
Speaking
think all those three guys you just mentioned, they stop him. They all
oh,
stop him. Yeah.
well, okay, first of all, we've got an issue here because we had a special guest coming in, and he's here right now, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Who's
hold on a
this?
second. Hold on a second. You guys keep going. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Keep-
so Butch,
yeah.
was you impressed by this fight?
Not really. And I mean, no, absolutely no. The answer is a clear no, actually. Especially when you take into account what Boo Boo's fans were saying. This guy's such an amazing boxer. Don't get me wrong, he's not a bad boxer, but he's not. Listen, I think Golovkin still beats this guy.
Yeah.
I really do, even at 38, 39.
I think Golovkin can still beat him. I'm pretty confident that Canelo and Charlo will beat him too.
Yeah, what about Jacobs?
He might outpoint Jacobs by like a smidget.
Yeah. What do you think about Boo Boo's? I keep going Boo Boo's. Andrade's defense.
It's not that good, bro.
It's not that good, huh? Like he was eating jabs, right hands. At some point he actually Williams hurt him. I think the second time he hurt him, Andrade's hands were completely like low. He had no defense. He didn't have his hands up, and he was backing up. It's like terrible mistake. He was like close to the ropes. I don't know why he would even do that. He just gets too comfortable, in my opinion, sometimes.
But he wears out quickly. Notice that, man. He has to fight in spurts, because if not, he's like, you can see him breathing hard. So I don't think that's going to work against, anyway, people change their fight style. Maybe, I don't know. Let me get him.
But no, you're right.
I'm pretty confident they'll beat him, man.
You fight Golovkin and look at Canelo, the second fight. He was tired as fuck. You know what I mean? That's when you fight Golovkin, even the Derevchenko fight. I mean, it was like a 12 rounds of holy shit. You better be on your game. You can't slow down because Golovkin's gonna, he might stop you. And Andrade, I mean, if he gets tired like that, what the fuck's he gonna do? He's gonna be eating punches. He's gonna be trying to clinch, trying to survive. I mean, he loses a decision right there. So I don't know. Somebody mentioned Munguia against Andrade. First of all, why are we mentioning Munguia? In my opinion, this guy shouldn't. We shouldn't be talking about this guy as if he's something. He's been disappointing for I don't know how many fights. I don't think he deserves a shot at this top middleweights at this point. Overhand says Sergey's pressure will get to Andrade. Derevchenko, yeah, maybe. See, that's the thing. That would be a great fight. Virtuoso, thank you for your contribution. He says, I never want to hear that Andrade is a boogeyman ever. A good point, Virtuoso. That's a thing. The boogeyman title. I mean, does he keep that boogeyman title? I want to hear what you guys in the chat have to say.
For me, he never had it, so I can't.
Yeah, exactly. Does he have to? Yeah, you're right. He never had it.
Yeah. I never saw him as a boogeyman. I don't think anybody really sees him that way. Maybe they see him as like he's a boring fighter. It's going to be a negative fight, that kind of thing, and it's not worth the money. I can see that, but nobody. I don't think the three guys we mentioned. I don't think they're like, oh, when I see that guy, I just tremble.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Bucho, can you read the first super chat, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. BDA.
Can you please read the first super? The very first, I missed it because I was
the super chat. Very first one, Mr. E. No, sorry, Chris K. Thank you for your contribution. He says Andrade looks great and terrible in every round. It's true. Sometimes he looks good. Sometimes he looks bad in the same round.
Go look at those fights, those rounds. Excuse me, and you'll see him getting outworked most of the fight. But he just catches because Liam he has a terrible stance, man. He's like leaning into those punches, and so he'll catch him with those big shots and win the round,
Yeah.
But he's getting outworked throughout You go after the first 2 rounds, you see him getting outworked.
Hey, by the way, let's go to a couple of phone calls here because we already got people wanting to chime in on this, on what we just saw here.
Yeah.
Demetrius Andrade outboxing Liam Williams, but doing it via a lot of clinching, which is not something that I enjoy. 346, you're on the air. 346, what's on your mind? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I think I get it. All right, 346, go ahead.
Hey, what up, man? It's Logical, man. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, bro. Look, man, this fight right here, dog. You know, I usually don't. Man, Liam had to chase him down, bro. Like Andre really was, you know, quote unquote moving so much, but I really think Charlo can catch him, bro. He don't got no defense. He gonna keep his hands up, man. All you gotta do is just catch up with Andre. But Andre got some power though, man. He got some pop. You know what I'm saying? When he sit there on his punches, he can stumble your ass. But Andre ain't really like that boogeyman type, man. I think they ain't trying to fight him because maybe it can't be a payday. So I don't know what it could be, man. But I don't know why they're not fighting this man.
Well, caller, when they call somebody the boogeyman, do you think in part that's because us boxing fans, we always want to sort of cling to the underdog, to the dark horse, to the guy that, so that when he does win or something, we can say, see, I told you this guy was a dark horse of the division. Do you think there's an element of that in there?
Nah, I think it just they say boogeyman because the guys calling these guys out and they have all the opportunity to fight them, but no one's trying to fight him, so he's like the boogeyman. Like y'all, you know, y'all talk shit about how Ortiz was, but Ortiz, you know, was calling dudes out, but it was more risk than reward. Like think about it, man. Like he a slick boxer, he move around, he got pop, but he ain't got no fans. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no fans like that. So it's more risk than reward. But see, with Andre, he got a belt. So like, what the fuck is the? It's all a win-win, bro. Like, come on, you get a belt, a name on your record again, and then you know Canelo gonna be coming, man. You got 2 belts. Come on now.
So you're saying he is being avoided?
I still think so, man. I do think so. He is, bro, because there ain't no excuses, bro. Because Eddie is like overpaying to get these guys to fight Andre. Like, come on, bro. He overpaying. Like, even he was saying it during his interview, like, Andre's cheap. He will fight for the same amount as Dermajico. Like, come on, he ain't gonna lie about that. He will fight for the same amount as Dermajico. He'll even go to PBC. He can fight Triple G. He'll take less, 30-something%. And they don't want to fight this dude. It's crazy.
Well, you know what?
But he didn't want to fight Jermell Charlo. He didn't want to fight small Charlo. Remember that? They gave him a contract offer. And he said,
he didn't. Yeah.
So, you know, it works both ways.
Well, like I said in the beginning of the show, I said...
You're talking about the little brother, though, not the big brother, though, bro.
Yeah, I'm talking about the little brother, exactly.
Brother, 2 different animals.
Look, I said at the beginning...
He want big brother.
At the beginning of the show, I said, at this point, Triple G, they're saying he's going to fight Murata, who's a big, dangerous guy. Okay, fine. But somebody, I will say this, somebody should be fighting Andrade, especially now, because he didn't look all that hot in there. So there's no real excuse, like you said. Like you said, there's no excuse to not to fight him now. He's got a belt. You can see he's vulnerable.
Hold on. Who's avoiding that guy? What, Charlo? He's with the PBC. You know how hard it is to get fucking these promotional companies to work together? You know, do we really have to crucify Charlo for this?
Don't say that. Don't say that. Hell no, man, because that Wilder Fury proved all that shit wrong. So I might want to hear that.
But
but those are big names that have like they're heavyweights.
Those are big names, but
those are heavyweights, and come on, this is Andrade. He's fighting in Hollywood, Florida. Like, what is that?
Hey, what's wrong with Hollywood, Florida, Butcher? What are you trying to say?
I used to live right there, man. I used to live right next to Hollywood.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
All right, but okay, caller. Let's get down to nitty gritty then. Let's talk shop here. If Andrade, let's say Jermall Charlo fights Andrade, who would you pick in that fight?
I got Jermall knocking him out in the later rounds.
I got to pick
me too,
because his performance, like, even though Andrade did, finally beat his test, because I don't care if nobody see Liam top 10, bro. I don't know nobody got to say. He had power in both hands. You know what I'm saying? So he passed his test, but it was just like, come on, man. Come on. Charlo is a whole different, animal too, bro. How he did Dermajenko, come on, nah, man. He gon' all that grabbing shit ain't gonna work on Charlo. Charlo's strong. He big. he ain't better, Andre ain't better, duck punches and grab him. That shit ain't gonna work. He get his ass uppercut and knock the fuck out. So I'm going for Charlo.
Yeah, and people will bring up the Kobrov fight, but look, Kobrov is a different type of straight
Total
puncher.
different scenario.
Yeah, Andrade is more of a looping fighter. So yeah, that's a fight I would like to see. But if because look, Canelo, forget Canelo, he's at 168 now. It should be either Triple G.
Yeah, he's not going back down.
Yeah, it should be either Triple G or Charlo to step up and fight Andrade. Because I mean, look, like you said, he didn't look great, but he won. And that's at the end of the day, that's what matters in terms of resume and deserving a fight. And I think he does deserve a big fight. It's just
that's the one thing, though, man.
Sure.
What people don't understand is Canelo. Like people, I don't know if people, dumb or what. But Canelo, he didn't move from 160 because he's scared or he tired. He couldn't make the weight no more, clowns. Like think about Demetrius Andrade, bro. He wanted to move to 168 because 60 draining him, bro. He getting old and shit. He gaining more weight probably. He probably can do 60 for just so long.
And
so
Caller,
something,
Caller, I saw that. I saw that in rounds. In the rounds, you can see him start off. You can see him like starting off real fast and then just drain out. I think just by looking at his back,
he can't hold no more.
Yeah, he looks like he weighs about 190. He's 6'1", so that's pretty normal being 6'1", 190.
Yeah,
and it's not a fat 190. It's
Andrade, bro.
It's a muscle tone.
That's the only thing bad about Andrade, bro. He looked bad in his Liam fight. But what if he was just drained, bro? He can't make this shit no more. But what if he go to 168 and it's just full on self? Like y'all remember when he was fighting at 154, he looked better, but he was younger. So imagine now if he fully hydrated at 168, man, he could be better than what we think because he looked tired as fuck, man. It was crazy. Like, after that fourth round, he was looking slow and tired. He could have been drained. When he made weight, he cut weight real low. He came in 159, bro, or some shit like that. So I'm like,
that
come
probably,
on, bro.
that
I
probably
don't know,
drained
man.
him. That probably drained him.
Yeah, Andrade.
That probably drained him too.
That's what I'm thinking. But Andrade, a confusing fighter, man, because but people got to understand Liam was that step up, so it wasn't gonna look easy as hell. Liam put that pressure on him all 12 rounds. I thought myself maybe they could give a little bit more rounds to Liam, and I like that respect that he's coming in. But if Charlo fight him or Triple G, I gotta give it to one of them because he ain't better, scatter away from them. But see, the equalizer is Andre has power. Okay, nobody say he got pop, man. If he can catch their ass, he can stun them back.
That's true. That's true. And I also got to give Liam Williams credit because he had those big ass ears, and I think they threw Andrade off because there were those big flappy things coming at you. It's got to be dangerous, man. But anyway, listen, caller, thank you for your call, man. Really appreciate it. We got to move on because we got other calls.
Man,
but good call. Call back next episode, right, man? All right, take it easy.
Yes, sir. All
right, let's go real quick to 626. Hold on a second. 626, you're on the air. 626, you're on the air. What's on your mind?
Hi, what's up? This is Chris K, Undercover Asian.
Oh, Chris K, thank you for your contribution, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have much to add to what the previous caller said or what you guys have been saying, but yeah, it's just if you guys, I know it's an MMA reference, but if you guys remember when Conor McGregor fought the rematch against Nate Diaz, where he was just, he was explosive, like in the first round, beating Nate up. And then he just kind of gassed out, and Nate was just kind of bullying him around, pushing him around. And I don't know, you guys are saying front runner. And yeah, I don't know. I saw a lot of comparisons there, It looks like Andre, if you can just tire him out and cut off the ring, it looks like the blueprint of beating him is not that difficult. And at times he was even turning away. It's not just like he has slick. People say slick, but I mean he's turning away. He's ducking down. He's like his back is almost perpendicular to the floor. Like at a right angle, causing these ugly tie-ups. How many takedowns were there?
Yeah. There was one big takedown where I was saying that the ref should have taken the point away. I mean, but you're right about that. Look, listen, I think he's going to be difficult to figure out for lower level guys. But when he gets to the top, like a Charlo or Charlo, really, I tell you, Charlo impressed me when he fought the Irish dude. What's Hogan? Because Hogan will make you look bad, man. So I appreciated the fact that he was able to stop Hogan. And so I think he's a little bit more aware now of how to fight these movers. What do you think, Charlo versus Andrade? How would you see that one going?
Well, yeah, definitely. I think Charlo wins. The previous caller mentioned Charlo's uppercuts. I'm not too familiar with Charlo, but I think he did pretty well, right, against Deryevchenko. And does Charlo have a good uppercut?
Oh,
Because
yes.
it looks like, man, when Andrade is turning or he's trying to get out of the way, I mean, he's wide open. You know, he doesn't seem to be moving in a defensively responsible way, if that makes sense. Like, he's in range. And like you guys are saying, Williams was smothering himself. So I think Charlo with the reach, and if he has a good uppercut, which I think I've seen, yeah, I think Andrade is ripe for the picking.
You know what, man? Okay, so how about Golovkin versus this version of Andrade? An old Golovkin, keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? It's because Golovkin definitely he's slowing down a bit. We maybe saw some of his cardio slipping against the Polish guy last time, but I mean, Andrade, like, he slowed just the pressure alone from Williams, because Williams wasn't really landing a lot, but Andrade was like he looked like he was getting pretty ragged, right, by the middle rounds. So I think just Golovkin's his stamina, his chin obviously is still probably pretty good, and he cuts off the ring. So even if he's a little slower, his fundamentals, his footwork, the pressure, I think he'll wear Andrade out, and of course he'll probably connect a lot better. I mean, Williams was smothering his own work, but I mean Golovkin won't do that, right? He'll stick with the jab. He won't fall into Andrade. I mean, man, those clinches, like, I don't know. How do you become a professional boxer at, top 10, top 20 level? And how do you keep falling into their opponent? Like, I don't get how that still happens. Well, I mean, it's pretty much boxing 101, right? Like, not to fall into your opponent.
When it came to Williams' case, I think that was because, like I said, he was getting hit with those vicious uppercuts, so he didn't want to be in that mid-range. Right. So he was just like he was scurrying to get close so that there wouldn't be that space. But in doing so, he ended up allowing Andrade to clinch him. I think that's what happened. I'm not sure. I'd have to rewatch the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Andrade was definitely initiating a lot of clinches. But yeah, I can see what you mean. Williams was kind of getting in there too. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, his jab wasn't that great. He was doing that Dubois jab. No, not Dubois. Who's the guy that Dubois fought last? Joyce. He was doing that weird, like, hammer fist jab. Did you guys notice?
Yeah, a little bit, huh? Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this. Should the referee have taken a point away from Andrade for all that clinching?
I mean, I think just boxing in general, they're just too reluctant to penalize holding. I mean, I think ideally, yeah, like, right in the first few rounds, he should have been penalized. But I just think boxing in general, I think they just don't want to take points for holding.
You know what?
I mean, that was pretty bad.
If I were a referee, I'd be taking points even when it wasn't warranted. And not only that, but when you look at each judge and you go 1 point holding, 1 point holding, I would scream it, 1 point holding, 1 point, and I would just freak everybody out. And I think that would be fantastic, man. That'd be worth the ticket, price of entrance. But listen, I appreciate your contribution, Chris K, Undercover Asian. I appreciate your call. Gotta move on. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
Yeah, just one more thing. Yeah, about the holding Andrade, man. Like, he was holding on for dear life at some points. I mean, 5-10 seconds it felt like after the ref told him to break. So that's pretty pathetic, I think.
Yeah, man, they should have taken a point away. I don't know what this but like you said, maybe these refs are afraid or they got a talking to before the fight. I don't know. Anyway, listen, Chris K, thank you for your call and call back next time, right, man? Take it easy.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, man. Have a good one. All right, let's go to... Oh, shit. Hold on. Are you still there? Fuck, I hung up. Sorry. Hey, whoever's listening, if I hung up on you, I hung up on the wrong person. Call back, all right? Whoever was on the line, call back. Because I accidentally hung up on you. Meanwhile, we got Gonzalo and Jimmy just dropping by as well. Fellas, thank you for being on. Gonzalo, what did you think of the fight between Andrade and Williams?
Hey, how's it going, BD? I'm in the hospital. Hopefully my sound's okay. It's not too echoish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I thought it was... it wasn't a good fight. It wasn't really entertaining. It kept me interested because I thought that Liam Williams was keeping the pressure. He was having sustained, although not effective. Because although he was pressuring and he was eating them uppercuts, he wasn't really landing stringing his punches together with any type of efficiency. He was landing a shot here and there, and that was like basically my interest. That okay, he touched him. Andrade he's holding as well, but he didn't string his punches together as he should have to make it into sustained, effective pressure. That's where he failed. He failed to stay loose. He was too rigid, and he wasn't letting his hands go where he could catch Andrade to the body. He wasn't finding the space. I guess Andrade was dropping his elbows to land hooks, but he neglected to throw straight shots to the plexus. And if he would have done that with the sustained pressure that he was doing, although it wasn't effective, it would have been more effective. He would have gone to the body, and he could have possibly broke down or wore down Andrade even worse, because he was there to be hit. And I agree with what the caller said in the one that called the last guy. He said, he turns away his body, and he's there to be hit. He's tall, he's long, he's gangly. So for him to keep his composure going down the stretch, it's not that easy as it could be for somebody that got those dimensions. So for him to keep his body and his boxing in an orderly fashion, he's got to really keep his feet, the spacing in his feet. He's got to keep his foot. He's not fundamentally sound. He's awkward. So he starts losing a lot of his composure. So where you want to aim your punches, like I think Golovkin would do good with those wide looping shots, you don't want to shoot to where he's at. You want to shoot to where his body is going to end up against the ropes as he turns away, as he's scurrying to move out. You're going to catch him as he's getting away, as he's turning around, as he's dipping his head, and you want to do the same thing that he was doing to Liam Williams, timing that uppercut. You want to time him where his body's going to end. But I think, he's there for the taking, but he did beat Williams in a dominant fashion.
Hey, Gonzalo.
And to a certain degree, I was impressed. Impressed, but doesn't mean that he's the invincible guy. More the same that we thought he was. He's there to be beat.
Yeah. You just made me think when you said that. Do you think Andrade would actually, what he does now, he wouldn't be able to do against Triple G? In other words, when he dips down, he does a very good job of hiding his chin behind his shoulders, but he leaves his temple exposed. And when you're fighting a heavy-handed guy like Golovkin, who has hammers in his hands, he hits you on top of the head, the side of the head, whatever. He's going to discombobulate you. Do you think that's something that could be a potential danger for Andrade?
Yeah, it's like you said, when he faces the upper echelon, the top guys, he's not going to be the same like this. Guys, you got to remember, those looping shots that he himself throws, the uppercut, they don't get there immediately. His arms are so long that he telegraphs, and you see those shots coming from a mile away, but he was still hitting Liam Williams. Now, for him, the same thing could happen as well. He throws looping shots. You have a fighter like Golovkin that can also throw looping shots, and that they're not necessarily getting there. Like I throw them, you can time them as they're going to hit you when you think they are, that if they're looping and they're coming around the top, they're coming underneath, and he's going to be there to be hit as well, because it's going to be like a timing thing. It's not necessarily going to be like a speed thing. Maybe Andrade is quick at first, but I mean he's not a devastating puncher like that. He can hurt you, but he's not going to knock you out. But yeah, he might be getting the better of Golovkin in the beginning rounds, but as Golovkin gets his timing down, he could catch him with shots that are timed. A little bit of a delay reaction, over the top, those corking shots. Yeah, he can get hit. He will get hit. Yeah. And that pressure that Golovkin can bring with that jab.
Yeah, the jab from Golovkin is going to be his ace in the hole. Hey, Jimmy, before we get to you, because I accidentally hung up. I accidentally hung up on a caller here, so he's calling back. I want to get him in here before we continue. 612, you're on the air. 612, what's on your mind?
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man? What's on your mind?
Good. I'm just. I wasn't impressed with Andrade. I mean, he's advertised as a combination boxer, but at least in this fight, he do sparse combinations. His footwork isn't even that impressive. I mean, he goes in and out of the pocket in a very stereotyped kind of way, and that means he enters the pocket the same way each time, the same speed, the same direction, the same orientation. And like one of the previous callers said, he's always unprotected. It seems. I mean, he's ducking down, but it's not effective. I mean, even Liam Williams, a fighter who isn't known for his timing, he isn't known for his sense of distance, isn't known for like making any kind of computational adjustments in the fight. Basically, I mean, he was finding success. As the fight was unfolding, which tells you how transparent and stereotypical Andrade's movements are. I mean, a dumb, punch-drunk fighter type like Williams is able to formulate successive adjustments against you, and that shouldn't happen as a top. I mean, that shouldn't happen as a champion. He's definitely more choreographed than average. I think Canelo, in that sense, is better defensively and is better offensively than Andrade. And people like to talk about levels. I think Canelo is level above Andrade in both those domains, in defense and offense. And I think, I mean, Andrade does have a variety of like offensive weaponry, and I guess that makes him dangerous. But I mean, Andrade. The other thing is that this is not the first time we've seen Andrade unfold. I mean, he's one of those fighters that needs to have control of the pace of the fight, the ring, and that's why he loves to cruise in these fights, and that's why he holds so much. Otherwise, he falls apart. I mean, this is definitely not the first time that we've seen Andrade fall apart, and against like seeing B-level fighters. I think the Jack Colquet fight is one of those fights that comes to mind, and if you guys remember, that was a split decision victory for Andrade. So he's beatable by seeing B-level fighters. So, anyways, I think Canelo, Gigi, Saunders, and Charlo all beat Andrade. I think Canelo is the best fighter in the division. But I gotta go though.
That's a dynamite breakdown right there, Colo. Thanks for that, man, and we'll catch you in the next one. All right, man. Take it easy. All right. So he made a lot of great points. I mean, some of the things we were saying beforehand that, look, he's good. He's got great defensive movement. The caller, though, disagreed. In terms of the feet, he thinks that the footwork's a little overrated. But when it comes to putting it all together, it makes you wonder this performance if perhaps Andrade needs a new trainer, and also wonder whether that would actually make a difference now at 33 years old. Jimmy, what was your take on this performance?
Well, I haven't heard any. I just heard this last caller. I'm in a lot of agreement with what he said. I'm going to start off by saying that kid Liam Smith, right, is a fucking meat sack, and I don't even mean that to be, listen, that kid was as bad boxing skills as I've ever seen. That kid couldn't even stop catching that fucking dude. When you throw a lead-off uppercut and you catch the dude over and that kid wasn't even smart enough to change his fucking angle once. That kid didn't even understand for a second distance. How many times? Listen, the fact that Andrade had his legs buckled, and he was comfortable for 3 rounds after that. It took him 3 rounds to emotionally get over getting buckled by not even a good punch. It was an arm punch, and it rocked him. So that kind of tells me now I know why even more they've avoided anybody can punch. At 160, listen, Triple G would fucking annihilate that fucking kid, even at 40 years old. That Liam Smith, and it's more of a, I'm so shocked how bad Liam Smith was. He ran at him in a straight line with that stupid same position, never changed nothing. And then every time he had Andrade in a bad position where he could have fucking laid into him, he'd smother his own shit and just run into him. It was like, I can't even, I was watching it and I was screaming at the TV. I'm like, this kid is fucking horrible.
Yeah, he
horrible.
is.
And Andrade looked terrible against him. He went the distance with that fucking, I mean, that dude's a plumber, dude. That was bad, man. And I'm watching the whole time thinking, GGG would have annihilated this kid if they fought.
Well, can I say something real quick? Somebody mentioned too, like, you gotta give Liam Williams credit for being strong and being willing to walk in there to the fire. But like you said, very little versatility when it comes to his attack. Somebody in the chat room also said very few punches to the body. Now, look, I know it's easy to say go to the body, especially when a guy's catching you with those uppercuts, but that to a certain extent is also Liam Williams' problem and a demonstration of his limitations, right, Jimmy? Or am I, like, what do you think?
Turn your fucking one. That all he had to do was change his go to more of a crab stance, right? Just bend down a little at the waist and fold your left hand over. It eliminates that uppercut because then it keeps you in a position to nail him with a check hook, right, if he goes to do it. If you just take that one stance, that eliminates the fucking lead uppercut. I was shocked. I'm like, am I really getting emotionally invested in this garbage? I mean, like, I can't even describe it. Dude, seriously, garbage. And that fucking kid, Andrade, is... If anybody thinks that dude would have beat Triple G, especially a few years ago, dude, don't even talk about boxing anymore. Go fucking watch tennis, because you're clueless. His feet work isn't that great. That other kid doesn't even have footwork. It was like they went and got some fucking...
Jimmy,
let me see
he
your
was
face. You taking a lot
outworking.
of shot. What's that, dude?
Jimmy, he was outworking Andrade in most of the rounds. The only reason he lost those rounds because you get caught with those big shots.
Because he doesn't know how to fucking box. Right? Let's be honest, dude. What's the trying to be like nice about it? That kid sucked. He sucked. He's
Leon Williams,
horrible.
he was catching shots anyways. Why not just go in there? You're pressing already. Press. Wait till Andrade throws. Block his shot. Then you punch or exchange.
He didn't know how to do.
Exchange punches with him.
He knows what angles mean. I don't think he knows what lateral movement is. He doesn't know
that. Well, you know what I mean, right? When you bend, you hip a little, drop that left hand down, your fucking forward hand down to kind of a crab, and then take your right, bring it across your face, and then in that stance, you're ready for a fucking check hook. And if he would have tried that lead left, you could have caught him. And a few times he was hurt. And not off good shots, off glancing off the top of the head. He didn't like that hit. He gets uncomfortable when he gets hit. And that's the reason why he fights in that style. That's the reason why he's avoided any big punches. Listen, that kid might be able to be a strong like bull, but he's got the fucking IQ of one too. That kid Williams. I mean, I'll never watch another one of his boxing matches again, man. Ever.
Well, I mean, if they match him up properly, like when he fought Callum Smith, who's another guy who just essentially his high guard is his defense, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but... Listen, Andrade had a guy who was just, like you said, walking a straight line. In the first 5 rounds, he was punching with power, and he actually, carried that power sometimes whenever he let his hands go. But that's the other thing. My main criticism of Andrade in this fight, look, like I said, beautiful defense and all that's fantastic, but the clinching, the amount of clinching that he did, and never was a point taken away, not even a warning for a point. It was just a standard warning from that Puerto Rican referee. I'm going to keep calling him Puerto Rican, even if he's not Puerto Rican. Sorry, recognize. But I mean, Jimmy, what about that? I mean, the Marcus of Queensberry rules are pretty clear. No clinching allowed. He clinched throughout the fight, Andrade.
The whole fight, he clinched every time. And like that, that's another thing, dude. I was freaking out. Why isn't this guy like grabbing him? Hey, you. And I'm going to give you a fucking take a point. And he would do it like, and because that ref was so terrible, he would do it by making it look like he wasn't, he would just kind of chicken wing the dude's hand. But that dude wouldn't stay. Instead of when someone chicken wings your left hand with your right elbow, you take your right hand, you drill it into their side. You pound them. He just stood there and goes, "Oh, he's got my hand." Fuck.
Now, recognize, I remember after Kolbarov essentially outboxed Jamal Charlo, that is. I did a show. We did a show, and I was giving Charlo shit for, oh, come on. People were saying this was the boogeyman. Ha ha ha. He's improved a little bit since then. Andrade is 33. Is the future bleak for him right now?
Bleak for him? I mean, look, I think at this point, the future is get me a big money fight. That's what's going on in his head, which should be. He's 33 years old. He really hasn't done anything that's that spectacular. So he's probably looking for money. And, hopefully he gets a big name in there where he gets a lot of money. He can win the fight. I think the best person he has a shot of winning is, it's the guy that I admire the most. It's Triple G. Because I can see him winning some bullshit point decision. A referee sees it, a judge sees it his way in a couple of rounds and he wins the fight. But I don't think there's really anything. I don't think there's nothing left for him to do. And I'm not saying that in the good way. The only thing left for him is get a big name, get the most money, and see what happens. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, we know these B-level guys, he's going to be able to make him miss unless they catch him in one shot.
He's going to win one of these kind of like, the fights that he won today where he beats you on points. He has like spurts. He has these moments of spurts in every round and then kind of like tires out. And that could be because what the first caller said. That could be because he's drained to make 160. He's a big dude.
Right. And by the way, Abaddon, the Annihilator in the chat says, David Lemieux versus Andrade would be interesting. I got Lemieux by knockout. Look, Lemieux maybe 5 years ago would have had the chance to catch him, but now he's slowed down. First of all, he can't even make middleweight anymore. And we already saw what Billy Joe Saunders did to him, so I'm pretty sure Andrade could do something similar. Maybe he's got more chances of getting caught by Lemieux. But Lemieux at this point, I think we know what he's all about. He's a big puncher, but if you can make him miss and you don't let him get set, it's pretty much
Prime Lemieux was head and shoulders above that kid Williams.
Yeah. Look, styles make fights, and
He got prime, but
see,
not
that's
now.
The thing. Did you notice real quick? Did you?
Of headhunting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Did you notice that the guy was only headhunting, and also that Andrade could have taken advantage of that by standing his ground a little bit more? Because when he did stand his ground and hit him with combinations, he was freezing William Williams with his speed. But then he would just
Did you see him sidestep and push him to the canvas, BDA? You know how embarrassing that is for a boxer to have somebody turn you and throw you to the ground like that to show everybody how off balance you are? Remember in the corner when he did that? You know how humiliating that is for a professional boxer to get fucking turned and thrown because your balance is so off. I mean, you just barely touch him, just and the kid goes right to the fucking ground.
Well, okay,
and then the stooge almost missed the count. He got up at 9.5.
Yeah,
he was terrible.
Hey, Bucho, do you think Andrade with a new trainer would change something, or at 33 is the mold set?
Yeah, he's all set. He won't change.
He's got no room to change, BD. He's stretching his ability to the most that he can with the natural attributes that he has, which is not really that good because he's awkward. But that being said, with the awkwardness, that's the best that he can do for himself. I mean, he's not a compact.
Sorry, Gonzalo. I thought.
Yeah, that's all.
No, continue, bro. I thought you were done. I was just asking Bucho what he said.
I am.
No, we're finished.
He said he's done. He's done.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want anymore.
All right. Sorry.
He doesn't.
I'm having a hard time hearing. That's why, guys. I
doesn't want it. He doesn't
Bucho,
want
what did you think?
Well, like I said before, I mean, the whole fight, I wasn't impressed. And he won't change. I mean, he's 33, by the way. I always thought he was like 28, but no, man, he's already 30 something. I wasn't impressed. But I want to let Jay say something. He just showed up. Jay, go ahead, man.
Hey, evening, guys. How you doing?
Jay, what's up, buddy?
Not much, Jimmy. How you doing? I mean, we were talking Andrade, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I heard the question before I joined in. Would a new trainer do anything? In my opinion, depends on who the trainer is and if he listens. We thought that Arturo Gatti was done. He wasn't 33 when that happened, but Buddy McGirt came in and did a brief turnaround in his career, and you noticed a distinct difference in Arturo Gatti when that happened. Andrade has showed the fact he's an athlete. He is an athlete. He does have skills, given this was a very limited fighter in front of him, but he was leading him with those uppercuts all day long. He had some slight moments of brilliance, even though he couldn't finish it off. I'm not saying he looked great. I'm just saying there's flashes of room that if the right trainer came in to help him out, to take his father's place, I think BDA has a point. But in Bucho's, I'm also agreeing with Bucho. I don't think he wants that, and if he doesn't want it, it won't happen.
Yeah, that's the X factor, right? It's like alcoholism and all that type of shit, drug addiction. You have to hit bottom. You have to want to quit. And it's the same thing in boxing. You have to learn. You need to want to learn. And if he doesn't want to, and if he's setting his ways, it's gonna be a problem. I mean, I give him credit for getting through this stuff, guy. Don't get me wrong, but he could. And I know it's easy to say he should have done this, he should have done that, but he should have set down on his shots more instead of running too much. Every time you run, that means there's opportunity for you to hit, and he didn't want to do that. He went to run, clinch. One overhand left, clinch. I mean, that's not going to cut it against the top opposition.
If I may,
he reminds me of?
He reminds me of Zab Judah. He looks good for about 3 or 4 rounds, and then everything's predictable after that. And Zab, after the Kachizu fight, was the epitome of that.
It's a very good comparison. I mean, obviously, Zab Judah had more power, but yeah, you're right. That's the best way to describe it. He runs out of ideas. I mean, not runs out of ideas, but well, yeah, you could say he runs out of ideas. He just starts doing the same thing over and over. Left hand. Oh, the uppercut's working. Let me feint with the left, which was a beautiful move, by the way. And then an uppercut. But then, other than that, what else you got? A couple of straight lefts to the body.
Even his corner was asking him, BDA, his corner kept saying, what are you doing? Throw that left hand. It's there. What? Because remember he caught him, put him down with that 1-2, a very simple 1-2. It's just that meat stick kept walking directly in. What is fucking exposed? So, but he never did it again because you know why? At the end of that round, he got caught, and that was when he got rocked. And when you stretch across your body, you leave yourself in a position to get hit. So he didn't want to, throw that punch.
That's the other thing. Like
The
Gonzalo
best
said,
thing that he's got going for himself in these performances is that he's going 12 hard rounds. Maybe he's picking up a little something along the way, and he's staying limber, prepared.
Yeah, if he was fighting 3 or 4 or 5 times a year, I would see that, brother. It does make sense. That's how I would look at it if I was training somebody. The getting the rounds is going to help experience the gas tank, yada, yada. Not when you're fighting 1 or 2 times a year. It just doesn't have nothing to do with it. Won't affect your muscle memory is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
At the age of 33.
At the age of 33, too, yeah. He needs to be way more active. See, a fighter like that, a slick fighter, it's all about timing. And the fact that he could catch him with those uppercuts. I mean, I lost count at 17. As a fighter, I would be humiliated. If I went to my corner, I would be like, fuck, I can't look at my father because he'd be like fucking giving me the finger, like getting caught with such an obvious punch. He'd be pissed, but fucking, he just kept doing the same thing and he didn't even change his hands. Again, I was just more shocked how bad that kid Williams was as I was unimpressed with him.
When that happens, your corner needs to tell you, all right, look, quit walking right at him because when you go at him, he hits you and then he puts you on your heels and now he can tee off with whatever he wants to. Sidestep him. Just sidestep him.
Mm-hmm.
Use your jab and sidestep him. He may be faster than you and he's still going to catch you with some stuff because, let's face it, after the 6th round, they should have said, you're not going to win this fight, but you got to give your best effort. Given a cornerman should never say that, but I mean, I think there might be an understood momentum in that corner.
Jay, what I think happened, he knew he hurt him, and I think he just fucking because he knew it was visible. He shook Andrade, I think in the 3rd or 4th, and I think the kid was just like, oh, and he realized it wasn't that hard of a punch, and it shook him. So in his, fucking brain, he's probably thinking, I just got to catch him one more time, and it just, he doesn't have the skills.
And with all due respect to Stu, and I know he's not on here right now, that's where he and I disagree with cornermen because this is where this guy. Now, okay, where Stu has a point is this Williams guy isn't at this upper echelon that Stu's talking about when it comes to cornermen. But this is why cornermen are important because this guy kept going and looking for the same right hand to try and stun him again because, like you said, the first one didn't hurt him that bad, so I'm going to do it again. And he looked for it all 12 rounds. He didn't know how to set it up. Your cornerman's there to say, look, you got to set it up, and here's how you do it. Do. Just like Teddy Atlas used to do. He was a little over animated, but he would go in there and tell the guy, do this, and then do that. All right, if you do this, it'll work. And then all of a sudden, Tim Bradley would go out and do exactly what he said, and it would work.
You know what, Jay? Like you said too about the smothering from Williams. He was his way. He was smothering himself, and you said his trainers weren't really telling him anything different. In fact, all I heard from his corner was, let him go, meaning let your hands go. But if you're that close to a guy and all he does is dip down and you keep going forward, like you said, boom, it's going to create a clinch. And that's what Andrade was banking on, that this guy was just going to overshoot the highway, and boom, I got him in a clinch. And that's what he did. And the other point with Andrade was, other than the clinching, let's not forget he got hurt twice. Now, I don't blame him for that too much because Williams is a strong dude. I mean, I think if any other top guy fights him, they're going to say the same thing. Wow, this guy can crack. So him getting hurt twice, I don't hold it against him that much. But if anybody else puts pressure on him, and that's intelligent pressure, we're talking Golovkin or even Charlo to a certain extent. The way he fought Hogan demonstrated a new level of adaptability to a guy that moves. I think he's in trouble, man. I think I still gauge Triple G above him. And Charlo as well. What do you guys think? Well, where does Andrade rank right now in the middleweight hierarchy?
I agree with what you said.
He's obviously at the bottom. I mean, he's undefeated with a record, and he has a nice amateur pedigree like that guy that called us all casuals said. But one, we know better than that. And two, he's just his resume along with, look, I mean, yes, you said Williams can crack. This guy's tough. He is tough. But you're trying to compare yourself to Canelo, Triple G, 2 Hall of Famers, Charlo, who may end up being a Hall of Famer one day, and that's your best performance. No, you're the bottom of the echelon right now. I even put Murata above him right now, and Murata's just a regular champion. So he's got to go out and prove himself. If I were Triple G or Charlo, if I were Charlo, I'd be saying, Al, this is my next guy. This has to happen after my next fight.
What do you guys think? You think Charlo should go after him?
Yeah.
If it's possible.
Sure, he's a good puncher. He's an accurate puncher. He's got power. I think Williams might have caught him with, I don't know, a few good shots. For a guy that punches hard, he didn't really catch him cleanly. He kind of smothered his work. He was too tense. He couldn't really put a lot of snap that I saw that he landed.
He didn't turn him over, right?
He didn't land a punch with that great of an authority. The guy that he is, a strong puncher, he didn't turn his punches over like he was supposed to. He was too intent at closing the gap. He was too nervous. He was too rigid, too tight, that he couldn't be a little bit more fluid and release his hands like he was supposed to. He didn't. So you get a guy that's more relaxed in there that could punch hard like a Charlo or a Triple G. He's in all sorts of trouble.
That's a great point. That's
now, a question for the panel, if you guys don't mind. Would you say that this was a situation of a guy that claims to be an A fighter against a guy that's at least a B fighter, and we got a result to say that the answer didn't really result that either one of them were an A fighter?
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. I would agree with the question itself. I think the question itself is the answer. Yeah, it's neither guy. I mean, Andrade is a solid B plus. I think he can beat other B levels, and that's look, to get to the level that Andrade is at, it's pretty good. Don't think that we're calling him a bum. But like Jay said, he's comparing himself, and other people are doing it for him, comparing himself against Golovkin, Canelo, Charlo. The type of performance we saw today, just not going to cut it.
Is this a boogeyman performance?
No.
No.
And again, BDA, like you said, we're not. It may sound like we're harsh on him. We're harsh on him because between his talk and what his fans are saying, the expectations are high that we want him to fulfill these. We want him to step up. We'd like to see him in with these guys and have competitive fights. But just having an O and 2 WBO belts on your resume isn't quite enough to do it. And we want more from him, especially since we saw signs of it in this fight that he can do it. Now he's got to keep pressure on. He's got to show that he can go 12 hard rounds. He's got to show these things that A-plus fighters can do. And this panel seems to be full of people that don't think that he can seem to do it because he hasn't performed that way yet.
Well, and there's enough of a sample size, right? He does it all, right, brother? The same thing all the time. Hurts somebody early and then doesn't finish it. And Bucho, I'd have to disagree. I think he's a boogeyman. I know I was scared shit I was going to be stuck in some space-time loop watching that shit for the rest of my life.
Oh.
I was scared shit that would happen.
That would have been a
Does
good
he
Twilight.
remind y'all a little bit of Sean Mitchell?
A little more composed.
Mitchell could always start a fight really, really hard, and he can knock people down like he did against that Raul Khaloud, that French guy that beat Frankie Randall when he won the title. He knocked him down like 3 or 4 times in the first 3 rounds, and then it went you thought it was going to be an easy stoppage by the 8th round, and then it went the distance. And then he did the same thing to Reggie Green, and really strong for a couple rounds, and then after that it just kind of there's a number of level of southpaws that seem to fight the same way.
A little bit more composed than Sharmba Mitchell, I will say, but it's a good comparison, man. It's a good comparison.
Better chin too.
Yeah, I would say so. Let's go to a phone call real quick here. 925, you're on the air. 925, what's on your mind?
Is this me?
Yeah, 925, you're on the air.
Is this me on the radio?
925, you're on the air.
Yeah, my mind was on. My mind was on the whole boogeyman thing with Andrade. And what I seen about Andrade, he's slick. He's putting his punches together. He wasn't doing enough to try to finish. I think he could have finished Liam, hit him hard, and then he would go into a clinch. And he just didn't have that dog in him. The couple times he get hit, I seen him flinch, which I thought was kind of funny. You don't see boxers get hit a couple times and then flinch and look to clinch. And it's like, man, you had the momentum. You're putting it together. He was able to pot shot Liam and hurt him. And I was like, you know what? He's gonna stop him here. Eventually, he's gonna catch him with something to stop him. It seemed like the minute Liam showed any kind of heart and ate the punch and kept coming forward, Andrade would back away. He just doesn't have that dog in him to fight. And it's something that you see with fighters. I was explaining to my son. I don't know if you guys watched the last fight with the girl from East LA, Seniesa. She was fighting the girl from Mexico City who was the champ. And I told my son, look, man, the way we do it in Mexico is if you're losing the title, your corner's going to tell you, fuck that, go out there and fight. Fuck this boxing shit. Sure enough, exactly what the coach told her. And the girl came out, tried to bang it, but got whooped. But you got to have that dog. And it's like Lomachenko. Yeah, he was hurt against Teofimo or whatever people want to say. But you see in the 8th round, he's like, fuck boxing. And came up there, started fighting. Just brought the fight. And that's what you need to get from your A-level fighters. You got to be a dog.
That's a good point.
You got to be a dog.
That's a good point. That's what differentiates the top guys from the...
And he just doesn't have that.
It's you got to go for it.
And for people to sit there and... Yeah, for people to expect that he's going to go in there and fight a Triple G, even a Jaime Munguia, some guy's going to throw a lot of volume versus Liam Williams was running into a clinch. He wasn't running into a boxing match. He wasn't in there to slug it out.
That's a great point. He was running. That's a great point, caller. He was, like you said, he was running into a clinch and not into a punch. That's a great way of putting it.
He wasn't running it. It's not like he was pressuring with body shots and throwing all these combinations. He's going to fight guys like Triple G who can hold distance, pressure you with punches, not pressure you with hugging. And if he's flinching off of Liam Williams, he just doesn't have... I mean, at some point, you're going to get tested yourself, not your boxing skills, who you are. And I seen today, the little bit that he did get hit, he was running away, and I was like, this dude just ain't got that. He ain't got that. He's not a dog. And you want to fight top 10, dangerous. Charlo's a dog. The younger Charlo, he's a dog. The smaller one, 154. The Canelos, Triple G's, Munguia, regardless of what the record is, they're dogs. And you got to be a dog if you want to fight the top.
You got to be careful when you call a guy a dog, though, because in Eastern Europe, in certain Eastern European countries, if you call a guy a dog, that's an insult. That's one of the worst insults you can call somebody. But I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm from California.
He's got to let his hands go. He's got to let his fighters got to let their hands go. I think he was too intent on throwing that one perfect, not that perfect punch, but landing shots with power. No, man, you just got to release your hands when you're in that situation, right?
Yeah, it's easier said than done, though.
You got to let go.
That's true. That's true. Now, caller,
you got to let go.
One question: if Charlo fights Andrade, who would you pick?
If Charlo, you know what? I give it to Charlo because Andrade hit Williams with clean shots. I don't think he has that kind of power to put someone away with one shot like Charlo does. And I grew up fighting. We're Mexican. My dad boxed in Mexico, and when you're fighting and you got faith in your power and someone can't hit you, you don't give a shit. You're going to try to stop him. And that's what Charlo has. He's got power and he knows it. And usually any fighter, Triple G, Canelo, anyone that you see is knocking people out, if you hit them and they can't respect you, they're going to run through your front door. That's all they're going to do. Yeah. They're going to kick your front door down and take your shit.
That's a good point, man. One of these top
no
guys.
Another way to put it.
That's a great point. Listen, caller, thank you for your call. Great points, man. Great fucking points about that difference. Having that dog, it's a difference between a top guy and a B-level guy. Not to say B-level guys are bad.
Is another one, right? Same type,
yeah, that's
same
Jacobs.
frame. Yep, doesn't have that dog in him.
Anyway, caller, thank you.
Well, the only thing, yeah.
Let me just say, all right, caller, thank you for your call, man. Catch you on the next one, right, man?
Yep.
Take it easy, man. All right, go ahead, Gonzalo. Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that Liam Williams does have the dog in the sense that he's tough and he comes forward, but he just he wasn't releasing his hands. He was trying to line up this guy with the shot that he could hurt him, head hunting, when he should have been just letting his hands go and attacking the body. You're still pressuring. I mean, why don't you just let your hands and put in the work to wear the other guy down?
He didn't know how to do. He didn't have the mechanics to do that. That's the problem there. Let's go to another phone call real quick. Let's go to another phone call here. 262, you're on the air. 262, what's on your mind?
Hey, better, swing better. All right, let's get right to business. How's everybody doing? Demetrius Andrade is a fucking paper champion and a hype job. He got his ass beat tonight. Another gift decision, just like he got against Vanes Martirosyan. The scorecards were atrocious. The commentating was atrocious. And Chris Mannix was giving Andre's corner blowjobs in between rounds. So fuck, I did that was fucking disgraceful. Disgraceful.
Johnny.
The whole setup.
Hey, Johnny.
Before the... Yeah.
No, I was going to ask you, Johnny, what did you think about the announcer? Every time fucking Andrade hit him with a jab, anything, he'd go, he made that stupid little grunt. Like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Real quick, what did you guys score the fight? It was close, but
horrible. I scored it horrible, Johnny.
I didn't score. I didn't score the fight. I didn't score the fight throughout the. I mean, I keep a score in my mind, but not round per round. But I thought Andrade won the fight. But Johnny, to your point, the commentators were horrendous. Oh, good move. Oh, good, very good performance right now by Andrade. He's clinching. As soon as they say great performance, he falls into the 16th clinch of the round. I mean, I'm thinking, come on, that's a great performance. Running and clinching and
John Ruiz performance.
Yeah, it was a John Ruiz type performance right there.
I thought Williams won the fight 7-5. I had it 114, 113 plus the knockdown. It was close, but the judges' scorecards were outrageous, sacrilegious. Eddie Hearn was giving Andrade a back massage before the fucking cards were even announced. Then on top of that, you had Chris Mannix blowing him in between every round. I'll tell you what, the Chris Mannix fucking Andrade boyfriend session has gotten worse than Kellerman and Andre Ward. I mean, that is just nonstop bobbing and weaving your head up and down on T-Pain's fucking ball bag. Unfucking believable. Ridiculous, dog.
Johnny, you know that there was no worse example of that than Max Kellerman with Pernell Whitaker and Zab Judah.
You say what? What'd you say?
You were talking about how Max Kellerman was like always riding high on Andre Ward. I said, you know that there was no worse example of that from Max Kellerman than with Zab Judah and Pernell Whitaker.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Kellerman they're all clinchers.
Yeah,
Kellerman had
he was from Brooklyn, no? Zab Judah, where was he from?
Yeah, Brooklyn, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Here. Sweet Pea was a hillbilly from Virginia. Zab Judah's from Brooklyn.
Yeah, but listen.
Yeah,
the point is, that the commentators were awful, man. I mean, just god awful. I like Chris Algieri as a person, but I understand it's a business too, and they get told that they have to push a certain narrative. So I'm paying for the zone. I wish there was a feature that allows you to take away the commentators and just listen to the raw feed of the crowd and the fighters' punches. Because I don't really want to listen. At this point in my life, I don't need commentators to tell me what's going on.
That was Chris Algieri's making
I think so, yeah.
What a clown.
And real quick before I get off the horn here, Gonzalo, I shared your thing on my page, bro. A bunch of people are fucking taking a look at that, man. So I'm doing what I can to help you out, brother. All right.
We appreciate it, Johnny. Gonzalo just dropped off for a minute here, but I'm pretty sure he'd appreciate it. You, Mark, Intangible, everybody that's donating and spreading the message. Big ups to you, man. Really, that's
okay.
Fantastic.
Well, be sure to tell Gonzalo that I'm letting everybody know that I can. Okay, BDA.
I will, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Thank you for your call, Johnny Boy, and thank you for everything.
All right.
Man.
Well,
guys,
all right, fellas. Have a wonderful evening, guys. Take care now.
You too, man. You too.
Be safe.
All right. All right. So let me just tell you what's up here. Gonzalo just sent me a message. Chris Byrd, former heavyweight champion of the world, will be calling in 5 minutes. So I got to reset the phone calls at the phone line so that we get the full 2 hours here, just in case. Also, I wanted to say
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
That's
Goodbye.
loud. Gee, sorry about that. Also, I want to say that, don't forget about Gonzalo's. Gonzalo, Johnny Boy just called in and he said he's spreading your GoFund link for all his subscribers and Twitter subscribers. So everybody's helping out, Gonzalo. We're all with you, backing you up on this. And don't forget,
very much.
Don't even mention it, man. And everybody,
I tweeted it out.
It's fantastic.
Thanks for your help, Jimmy. I
no
saw
problem,
that, man.
dude. I mean, I threw you something, but I'm going to throw you some more, dude. I mean, I threw you only 100. I should have thrown more, but I'll get you some more in a little bit.
Whatever you can.
I'm sorry, we're live. Yep, all right.
I mean, whatever you can. That's all I'm saying. You know, it's not about the quantity. I mean, if everybody donates a little bit, that's what helps. That's what counts, rather. Don't forget the GoFund link is in the description of this video. We're going to post it in the chat as well. Bucho, there's a guy in the chat room named Julius Evola. I mean, we get all sorts here and this podcast. Julius Evola. The fuck? How did he...
No, BDA.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you honestly why I said that amount, to be honest with you. Some dudes are wicked like fucking, oh, well, he paid that. I'm going to pay that. God's honest truth. I only did that. That's an old fucking tactic. You know, people who might hate me. Seriously, people who might hate me say, fuck him. That's nothing. I'll do more. So my girl's like, don't do it. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. But anyways, that's why I said that, brother.
You're a sly fox. You're a sly fox. That comes with experience, man. That comes with experience, and I think Jimmy has his whole beat when it comes to craft on this podcast. So shout out to you, Jimmy, for that. Like I said, though, every little bit counts. So if you can, don't feel shy. Don't feel you can do it anonymously too if that's a concern for you.
I was gonna say, BDA, like, because I'm not like a taker. Like, I'm 100% service-connected veteran, but overseas they're not covering my child, and that's the only thing.
They don't carry that outside the veteran, even in the States, my friend.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds.
But no, everything that's been done already is good, and it's enough if that's what it's supposed to be. But I'm really grateful. Thank you guys, everybody. I got veterans helping me, and thank you. And you guys, thank you.
All right, Mr. BDA went to the bathroom. He sent me a message. So, wait, did we go through the super chats? I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, you should go through those because BDA can never read them at the end of the show because they're always gone.
Oh shit! Why are they all? All right. Virtuoso says, "I never want to hear that Andrade is a boogeyman ever again." Oh, that's an old one. Amok PvP said, "Andrade or Devrachenko? Who do you guys have?" I think it's a 50-50 fight, in my opinion, but I don't know what you guys think. Jimmy?
Devrachenko's washed. I think I like to see Mungari. I think that kid would rock his world.
I'm with Jimmy. I think that Charlo did what he was supposed to do against Derevchenko, and another we're talking about the what if factor. But the point I'm getting at is that as good as he did against him, he proved the fact that he's a very tough, solid B-rate fighter. Andrade, if he's worth anything, should win that fight. Not easily, but he should win it decisively, but not easily.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. But it would be a good fight. I wonder who the WBO mandatory is at this point. Anybody knows in the chat? Let us know.
Well, I mean, you can pretty much guarantee it won't be Charlo. They're not doing any cross promotions, right? I mean, let's just be honest.
That would be a
I'll check Fight News and see
fight.
who the number 2 guy is, and I'll get back to you guys in just a second.
All right.
Did you see that guy Gongora, that 68-pounder that beat that Kazakhstan kid last time? He got another win.
Gongora. He has a good job, but his opponent, I think his name was Pearson or something like that. He was bad. I mean, he was terrible. He wasn't really. I want to see somebody put some pressure on Gongora. He's a good boxer, but I mean, what can I tell you about the guy when he fights this Pearson guy? I don't know. What did you guys think?
Lucho, I just looked up on Fight News and seen if it's accurate and up to date, then the number 1 contender, he just faced the number 2 contender in Williams. The number 1 contender is Jaime Munguia.
Okay, so that's why somebody mentioned Munguia. Yeah, Will in the chat says Munguia is not first in the WBO and WBC. Well, Munguia fights on the zone. He's with Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, I think that fight with Andrade would be easier to make.
Hey, Bucho.
Than the Charlo fight. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think our special guest is calling.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to get to him now. All right, fellas, we've got... hold on a second. Okay, I got the chat here. For some reason, it's a different caller, but hey, we do what we got to do around here. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to navigate my way to the phone calls here. All right. 702. Is this special guest?
Chris Byrd.
Oh, yeah. Chris Byrd. Thank you for being on the show, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How you doing?
We're doing fantastic over here, man. Thank you for being on. I really appreciate it. Hey, listen.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. First of all, it's a little bit apropos that you're here because you were renowned for being a heavyweight on the smaller side who couldn't really crack as well as all the other guys around your division. We just had Demetrius Andrade here go 12 rounds. We're kind of being harsh on him because of all the talking he does and his fans do for him. He was running around a lot and clinching. In your case, you used to stand in front of guys who sometimes outweighed you by up to 50 pounds, and you weren't running. You were standing in front of them. I mean, do you fault guys for not doing that in smaller weight divisions, or do you realize that maybe you were a little bit crazy in there?
No, I was just a little bit crazy. I mean, honestly, I don't fault guys. You know, Demetrius Andrade, that's his. I call him Andrade. I probably said his last name wrong. My bad. But he, that's his style of boxing. You know, everybody got a style. They stick to it. He's a world champion, so he's sticking to a style that he's happy with. You know, everybody can't be like I would stand in front of somebody, but I have the ability to make you miss. So I use that ability, and I'll stand in front of you, and I'll keep doing it. And like I just said, I'll keep doing it the rest of my life. That's what I do. So, and Demetrius Andrade moves. He can hold. He can do whatever. You know, it's just a style of boxing, and I'm not gonna fault him for it. You know, maybe the fans. You know, some fans don't like it. Maybe all of them don't like it. But for him, if he's winning, he's satisfied. You know?
That's a good point right there, man. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do until you get that big fight. Now, fellas, you guys are here on the panel here, Boxing Chief, Gonzalo, Jimmy, Bucho. Jump in if you want with any questions, because I don't want to be asking. I don't want it to sound like I'm the guy hogging the mic here and just taking time away from you guys. So you let me know.
You know, I want to go.
Yeah. Well, actually, just let me ask one question here to Chris. Chris,
can I ask Chris? Oh.
Well, go ahead, Jimmy. Jimmy.
Sorry.
The elder statesman.
I was
go
just
ahead.
Gonna ask Chris. Chris, what's up, buddy? Hey, listen. Out of all the top pros you fought, who was the heaviest puncher that you fought in the ring?
Yeah, I just got asked that. That's funny. It's funny. Honestly, I fought at heavyweight. I have a middleweight mind, so everybody hit hard. I mean, these guys hit so hard at heavyweight. They're adjusting to get to that point of trying to feel the power, like to understand the power is. I never got to that point. Everybody hit hard. Like I got stopped by Ika Bear-Bucci.
Let me rephrase it then, Chris.
The first shot, boom.
Let me rephrase it. I'm talking about like heavy hands, like with everything they hit you with, like a jab stung, like someone who just had extra heavy hands.
Like
was Klitschko, like
man.
his jab, for instance. Yes, was it like heavy hands, like they claimed?
Honestly, I'm a small heavyweight. I mean, I'm being very honest. I can't even go with one guy that hit hard. Everybody hit hard. I mean, it was avoid punches, avoid the big shots. That was my whole goal. And one that stands out is, you know, of course, Vladimir Klitschko. His jab was so hard. I mean, it would knock my head back, and it was like a right hand of a normal person, but it's Vladimir Klitschko. He's that strong. I mean, he was very, very physically strong. Ika Bear-Bucci, man, his hook, heavy hands. Every time he hits you, you feel something. So I'm trying to get out of dodge. David Tua, every time he hit me with something, oh my goodness, I'm sore for months afterwards. But I avoided the big one with him, and I got the decision. But man, can these guys hit? So I can keep listening to them over and over. Just the heavyweight division is something totally different. You can't say it about it in like any other division because of the weight difference. And these guys hit so hard. It's an unlimited weight class, so guys punch unlimitedly out of control. I mean, it is crazy the punching power they have. And especially me, like I said, I have a middleweight mind, so avoid and don't get hit with the big one because these guys hit so hard it hurts. It used to take me upwards to 2 to 3 months just to heal after a fight. I mean,
jeez.
I'm that sore and broke up after a fight. I mean, I'm so sore, but I would say nothing. I just go home and just rest, and I would chill for months. I wouldn't do nothing. I'm so sore.
I do the same thing, but year round. Now, Chris, it's interesting though. You mentioned that you would, because I mean the Jamil McCline fight, for example, that he outweighed you for 50 pounds and he was whacking you to the body, to the arms, and like you said, you weren't complaining during the fight, but I mean it must have been hell the next day, right?
After the Jamil fight, that fight took everything out of me. I mean, I was no good at heavyweight anymore. It's 56 pounds he outweighed me, and we weighed in on Thursday. So on Saturday, how much you think he weighed? Like 285.
Jeez.
He weighed 270 at the weigh-in. I lose weight after the weigh-in. I always lose weight. So I weighed 214 on the scale. I weighed 204 Saturday morning. 204.
Well, it's interesting.
My father looked.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. What was that?
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say my father. That was the only fight my father ever looked as he was leaving the ring. When they say seconds down, he looked back at my opponent Jamil, and then he looked at me like, "Oh, shoot, better you than me." That was the only fight, and the first fight I ever thought about my parents in the corner. What do they think when I'm fighting all these big guys, especially Jamil McCline, 270? And I'm thinking, man, they got to be thinking, man, my son, man, he got to be the bravest guy or the craziest guy ever. Gosh, look who he's fighting. And my father used to box, so he know size. Boxing is about weight. That's why everybody try to cut weight. I put on 50 pounds to go to heavyweight.
Yeah, that's insane.
So it's crazy. I didn't get signed after Olympics, so I depression. I went to heavyweight.
Hey, I want to get to that, but real quick, because you were talking about the power. There's a guy on a message board. Who knows if it's true or not, but it sounds reliable. He said he used to be a sparring partner, but he was anonymous. He never told us his name. He said, if I tell you my name, you're not going to know who I am, because I think he only had like 3 pro fights or something. But he used to be a professional sparring partner. That's all he really was. He was a tough dude that would spar all these guys. He says he sparred George Foreman, David Tua, Lennox Lewis, and Vladimir Klitschko. And they asked him the same thing. But he was 6 feet 4 inches tall and about 230 pounds. So he was bigger than you. But he said the only guy that ever knocked me out cold was Vladimir Klitschko with a left hook. And he said, I remember trying to get up and I couldn't do it during sparring. He said that was the only guy. But he said David Tua would whack him with left hooks out of nowhere too. So for you to stand in front of David Tua the way you did, I mean, I don't think people realize how impressive that is. You could have ran if you wanted to and moved around the ring.
But he embarrassed Tua. He embarrassed Tua, champion. I don't mean to jump in and interrupt, but after the fight with Ibeabuchi, the question among some fans was, are you going to be able to take a punch like that from somebody like Tua after Ibeabuchi?
Yep.
We knew he had problems with Klitschko due to his height, both Klitschkos. And I have a question about both of those in a second. But so I guess a short, compact guy that might be able to reach you better if he steps inside, that was a real concern. But you just made it look like, nah, he ain't going to get here. Hey, second-class male, it's not going to deliver here. You made that look a lot easier than some. Well, Michael Moore's a southpaw, and he got demolished in 90 seconds. You did much better than that. So I want to give you your props on that. If I may ask a quick question before I turn the mic back over, we're talking about power of different fighters. Since you fought both Klitschkos, how are their powers different from each other? Because their styles weren't quite the same. If you'd elaborate that for us, I think a lot of fans would like to hear that, because you're one of the few people that's been in with both, so should be able to tell a perspective from both.
Oh yeah, I thinking about the Klitschko brothers and the power. So fighting Vitaly, 10 days notice I get in there. He's 27-0 with 27 knockouts. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness, crazy power. But honestly, with Vitaly, not as powerful as I thought. That's why literally I'm walking him down, coming to him, because the power wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I'm thinking, okay, he's a killer with it. No, he's just a tough guy. He's tough, and he's 6'8" basically, and he wears you out. Like, he can punch. I'm not saying he's not a puncher, but he didn't punch as hard. To me, I didn't feel it like that. I thought he would punch a lot harder. So going into the Vladimir fight, the next fight right after that, I'm thinking the same thing with his brother. Okay, he got a lot of knockouts, but he don't hit that hard. Man, do we hit 3 times harder? To me, he hit 3 times harder than his brother. But his brother is 3 times tougher.
That's been a consensus around pretty much everybody says, yeah, so thank you for
Is Vitali just stiffer than his brother? I mean, obviously he could punch because of his record. He knocked people out. Did he wear him down, and was it due to the fact that he was just a stiffer guy than Vladimir? In your opinion?
Yes, he's tough. So he got a height and reach over most of the heavyweights he's fighting, and he's a tough guy, and he could bring it to you. So most guys sit back and box. His brother sit back off his back foot, and he'll break you down, boxing you, keeping his height and reach. Vitali will go get you. Like, y'all want to go to war? He'll go to war with you. A 6'8" guy, and he's a tough guy, and he'll fight you round after round after round until he breaks you down. Most of Vitali knockouts are stoppages. He never really knocked out Herbie Hyde, but guys after that, he really just stopped him. He would just break them down. Vladimir, he knocking you out. So it's just a different take on their power. For me, I thought Vladimir hit so much harder, but I thought, just watching him, for me, Vladimir is not the tougher guy because I'm a small guy fighting Vladimir. When Vladimir fights somebody bigger, he kind of cowers away from him. He'll fight you, he'll break you down, but he's more gun shy than fighting a little small guy. So he's a lot tougher with me, much tougher. But when he fights guys that can really punch, he's not. Where Vitali, all 4 years, he come back and wins a world title against Samuel Peter. He's off 4 years. 4 years. Come back and win a world title and stop Samuel Peter. That's toughness. I mean, with toughness and sitting there and fight. He's sitting there and fight you. And he's sitting there and fought Lance Lewis toe-to-toe. I mean, and everybody else. So I look at Vitali as just a tough dude that can fight. And I know he gets some criticism because he quit against me. But he quit because he threw his shoulder out. And he threw his shoulder out because he was missing a lot. So that's a reason why. Of course, you got an injury, you're going to blame it. And if it wasn't a true injury, it was frustration. Because in Germany, they had it on their scorecard 5-4 either way.
Huh.
On the scorecard, and he was listening to that, and on the regular scorecard, they had me blown out, getting killed, which, if you were in the building that night, you knew the giant was getting ready to fall because it was pure, the energy was crazy. But if you watch it on TV, I'm just a small guy getting beat up, waiting to lose. It wasn't like that. So, that's how I look at the brothers. One can punch like a mule kick. The other one is just tougher. He has a nice punch, but he wears you out. That's Vitali. And Vladimir just has a much bigger punch. He's just much stronger. So,
yeah, it seems like
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it seems like it's different different types of power right there. Like, Vitali seems to be the more wiry type of guy. Klitschko seemed to have more thudding shots. Now, one thing, it's pretty well known that you went up from super middleweight to heavyweight in your pro career. One thing I've never been able to find out, though, Chris, is why you had such difficulty becoming signing a good promoter after the Olympics. I mean, you had a silver medal around your neck. That's nothing to turn your head away from. So what happened? Why was it hard for you to find representation as a professional boxer?
I really dealt with this all the way up until 3 years ago. I mean, it really hurt me big time. I won a silver medal. My expectation coming home from the Olympics, I'm about to get signed. My life is going to change. I get the first class seat as an amateur boxer into pro. I'm gonna get taken care of. I'm gonna fight the right fight to guide me to the title easy. Nobody wanted me. Wow, Olympic silver medalist and nobody won. I had 3 people come in to visit me. The first one was Robert Middleman, and when he came in, he had just signed Oscar De La Hoya. And I thought, oh my goodness, me and Oscar gonna have the same manager. This is crazy. I'm so happy. He just signed Oscar to $1 million contract. I'm thinking I'm at least worth $500,000. I want a silver medal. He never called me back. And I love Robert Middleman. And I'm not saying that was bad. He just, I guess he feel, I wasn't a good fit for him. And then my next one, Donald Curry, the former world champion, he came in with a group of guys. And we talked for a while. I thought everything was good. I'm like, okay, they're going to sign me. Never called me back. I guess they thought I wasn't a good fit for them. I'm like, I want a silver medal in the Olympics. And then I had one more person come in, and then it was like a low-budget type offer, and I'm not going to say name. And I'm like, really? And this is all within probably a 2-month span after Olympics. And after that 2 months, nobody contacted me. Not one. I'm thinking, dang, not even a promoter in my own state contacted me. I'm thinking, man, am I that bad? I thought winning a medal in the Olympics guaranteed you something. At least a head start in boxing and then some money in your pocket. So I was cutting grass with my brother Joe. I didn't know. He had a side lawn business. He worked at GM, but he would come home. He loved cutting lawns. So he's like, Chris, I'll give you all the money. Because I wasn't making any money. I had nothing. I just got married, and I had a brand new baby with an Olympic silver medal. And I'm thinking about either getting a job or I'm going to have to go on get some kind of assistance to hold me over until I do fight. So I just thought, well, if they don't want me at this weight class, I really don't want to fight. And, I really don't want to work. I want to do that stuff. I want to box. But they'll want me at this weight class because I was skinny. I guess they thought I wasn't pro ready. So I go to heavyweight and shock everybody. I don't know when I'm going to fight. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just going to put on 50 pounds. And then when I do fight, I'm going to shock the world. That was my thought. So I just went to heavyweight. I didn't think about anything. I just trashed my body, borrowing money, buying the worst food you can buy to put on weight. And I finally started putting on weight, and I started making my way at heavyweight. Matter of fact, the whole story behind that is my brother Patrick, who almost made the Olympics, he went out. He called me one day. He said, hey, I made some flyers. We have nothing going for. We had 2 pro fights at that time from these promoters that came to my father and say they could put on shows. Nobody came to the fight. Nobody got paid. So I didn't get paid my first fight. I didn't get paid my second fight. And so my brother calls me, back to my brother calling me and said, I made some flyers. I'm going out, and I'm going to ask these businesses for some money. And I said, what is the money for? I mean, he was like, for us to live, man. We don't have anything right now. We got to train. But what are we training for? We don't have no promoter, nothing. We don't have anything. So he goes out, and I said, I'm not going. So he went because I was too embarrassed. He went out. He ran across a guy that owned a laminating business. His name is Dave Lesage. And that man said, I don't have much money, but if I hear what you're saying, I heard about your plight in the paper because the business of boxing was stalling our career. It was in our paper in our hometown in Flint, Michigan, and he had read that in the paper. And he said, I don't have much money, but I have a venue, and if I can get some help, maybe I can put on some shows for you. And my brother called me. He said, man, I think we got somebody. Let's call our father. And then, because my father put on shows, low-level shows and stuff. But, hey, we have something. He got with my father. They got together. Knockout Promotions is in effect. I'm fighting at my new weight class I weighed 193 pounds at the time, and I was getting my way to get to my way to heavyweight. So cruiserweight was 190. So I consider it a heavyweight fight because I weighed 193. But it was really a cruiserweight fight. My first fight back in the boxing, back after my first two fights. So I'm fighting in a nightclub. His venue was like a 250-seat nightclub, smoky, dusty little place. And I fought there 7 times. 7 times before I fought my way out of that nightclub. Then I got a chance to fight at the Palace of Auburn Hills. They used to show the USA Tuesday Night Fights on that they used to show USA Tuesday Night Fights from the Palace of Auburn Hills all the time. USA was at the Palace. So I get a chance to fight at the Palace. I'm the walk-in bout. The first fight of the night, Olympic silver medalist, the first fight, fighting a dangerous heavyweight. And I made $1,200 that night. $1,200 for 8 rounds, Olympic silver medalist for a dangerous fight. And I beat this man. His name was Daniel Fights. He changed his name to Waxham Fights. And I have a story about him. When I was at 139 in 1988 Olympic trials, he fought a super heavyweight. He was a big guy. And now 6 years later, I'm in the ring with this monster. Make it $1,200 for 8 rounds. I'm like, get out of here for this dangerous fight. But I beat him in such great fashion, and they taped all the fights. So they were like, where has he been? Where's this kid been? Wow, he's amazing. And then I started fighting on USA Tuesday Night Fights, and then I started making my way. I mean, I came from the bottom of the barrel with Olympic silver medal. I came from the nightclub, not getting paid my first 2 fights to be a world champion. When I first won the world title against Vitaly Klitschko, the first thing I thought about was the nightclub. Man, I used to fight the day nightclub, and now I'm world champion. Get out of here. Let's get it. Let's get it. So I'm like, oh, my goodness. I feel right now I can do anything. Anything I want. I fought at heavyweight, and I'm coming back to be the best at middleweight. It's my time. Let's get it.
That's really unheard of for a fighter. It's to go from 168 pounds or whatever the super middleweight limit was in amateur to heavyweight for your professional career. And by the way, this manager of yours, did he know anything about boxing, or was he just a guy that saw potential and said, "Yeah, I'm going to go with it"?
He didn't know he owned a laminating business, and now he's in the boxing world. They started Knockout Promotion. And now he's sending flyers to promoters. He didn't know anything. He just started studying stuff. He didn't know zero about boxing. But one thing he did was he believed in me.
Now, speaking of belief,
man, he said, "Wow, the first time he see me fight on his first show, he's like, you're gonna be world champion. Wow, you're amazing." And I thought it didn't look that good. He's like, "Wow, you can fight. Wow, you're really good. I don't even understand boxing, but you look really good. You look totally different from everybody else that fought on the card." I'm like, thank you for that. Wow, and he really believed in me. He did everything. He died right after I fought my first HBO fight. Man, we come from a nightclub all the way to HBO. He passed away right after that. He was so sick, but I'm sorry, but he had to see me fight. He was so sick when he came. He's like, "Man, we finally made it."
You know, Chris, I believe that everything happens for a reason. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting that you went from that moment. The shock of nobody wants to sign you despite having gone to the Olympics and getting to the finals. The shock that, nobody wants to sign me, and then you sign with this guy who doesn't really know anything about boxing, and then you finally make it to HBO, which again, it's not like, back in the day there was USA, there was Showtime, HBO, but not everybody got on TV. Not everybody gets on TV. So you make it there. I mean, they always say it's always darkest before dawn. It seemed like that was a classic example right there, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a classic example, and then as I don't want to push, too much further ahead. I'm going through the same thing now. The same exact thing right now. My first career, this career is mirroring my first career. How I got started, how I got back into boxing, and now I'm back at my original weight class. Wow.
Oh, really?
It's amazing how everything just changed.
Wait, you're at 168 right now?
I weigh 160 pounds right now.
Whoa.
I'm
Interesting.
back in boxing. I'm going to be fighting soon.
No kidding.
I'm back, and I will be the best in the sport. I'm going to be the best in the sport. I'm back in my original weight class, and I'm going to get what I originally started from the Olympics. For me, this is the Olympics. I just came back from the Olympics. I got signed by a manager, one of the best managers in boxing. Never had a manager in my life. Nobody never wanted me. Now I'm getting signed, and I'm going to get signed by the biggest promotion in the sport. I will be the biggest in this sport when I come back.
BDA, he trains like a madman. He trains like Edwin Valero.
Wait. Hold on.
What was that? I didn't hear you. What was that?
He says you train like Edwin Valero, but okay. So because I remember your last fight, I believe, was at 175, right? Which was bizarre because usually we don't see guys go from heavyweight to light heavyweight unless it's Roy Jones. But even then, Roy Jones was like 193 pounds, I think, when he fought John Ruiz. Now you're at 160. You say you're making
93. Yeah.
You say you're making a comeback.
Yep.
Are you being serious about that, or are you saying like I'm in such a great shape I feel like I could come back?
No, I'm fighting soon. It's scheduled. And they will announce it. They will announce it really soon. They're gonna announce everything.
Okay, so you can't give anything away now.
I'm coming back to get mine.
Now, when you say when you say you're coming back, are you coming back the way? These other legends are coming back, like Mike Tyson, Roy Jones. Are you fighting those legends, or are you saying you're going to compete at the, what type of opposition are you expecting? Or are you gunning for?
I want to win a world title at middleweight. I want to win a world title at super middleweight. I want to win a world title at light heavyweight. A world title, not Legends League, not fighting the older guys. I'll fight the older guys. It doesn't matter. I'll fight anybody. I was willing to do it at heavyweight. I'm willing to do it now. I have passion for the sport. I have a goal set in mind of something I didn't get in my youth, and now I got my youth back. I did 11 and a half years of chronic pain. Went through it. All kind of nerve damage. I had a hip replacement. I need my other hip replaced. I needed both of my shoulders replaced. And I had all this going on at the same time. And I have nerve damage, neuropathy in my left foot at the highest level. I wanted my foot cut off. Then I wanted to cut my leg off.
What?
Because the pain was so much. Cut off the leg. They said, no, phantom pain. I'm like, what's phantom pain? Well, you get your limb cut off and you still have sensations thinking your foot there. You still in pain. I'm like, no, I can't do that. This pain is too much. And now I don't have a foot and I'm in pain. But I beat it. So anybody out there listening, you're in chronic pain, natural ways can beat it. Right? Anything. And I was so messed up. I was all messed up. Suicidal, depressed. I lost everything. Family, money, everything. Then I started gaining everything back. And then I started gaining everything back, and I gained my life back. See, I got my life back 100%, and I'm doing this like I'm 22 years old coming out of Olympics. Well, actually 21 coming out of Olympics. That's how good I feel. I will be the best in the sport.
These injuries that you sustained, this was, I'm assuming they were boxing related, or?
So everybody's telling me boxing related, boxing. Yes, there's some boxing damage in there. But you know what the damage was? I put on 50 pounds. And when you study food, you'll understand what the chemicals in the food. I'm very sensitive to a lot of stuff, and they will destroy your body. And if people have diseases and certain things that happen, like, for instance, 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we don't have the same kind of diseases that we have now. But where did these diseases come from? And most of it comes from the type of food that we're eating, the chemicals that's in the food. I trashed my body for many years to just stay at heavyweight, not to just get to heavyweight, to stay there. I had to keep eating all this trash food just to keep my weight up. It took a toll on me big time. And as soon as I changed my diet 3 years ago, everything started healing up for me. Everything. My mind is that much clearer. My pain levels went away. I mean, just everything down. All because I went all natural, vegan. And not only just food, I started using cannabis, the oils, the tinctures, everything cannabis. It heals the body.
Huh.
And
So
with a great diet, oh my goodness, we can get to the highest level easy. So I make a change. I'm very strict right now. I understand everything I put in my body, everything I put on my body, everything I do is for my body to make me better. So I feel right now I'm 50 years old, but I feel like I can't put an age on how I feel. I can't. I don't think kids have more energy than me. I go all day.
Jeez, Louise, that's insane.
BDA.
Yeah, go ahead, Gonzalo.
What's
Go ahead.
that? How old was Bernard Hopkins when he was fighting at middleweight? Because I see Chris training, and man, he's unbelievable right now as we speak.
Hopkins was 46, I think, or 46, 47 when he beat Pascal.
The record is 48. Bernard Hopkins was 48 when he won the title.
48? Okay. Oh, well, that's when he beat Tarvis.
Yeah. Didn't Archie Moore? I'm sorry. Didn't Archie Moore win it in his 50s?
No. The record's in the 40s. Yeah, he wasn't that old.
Was he 48?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Jimmy, I think I know what you're saying, Jimmy, because they say Archie Moore. Nobody really knows how old he really might have been, because there might have been some shenanigans with the birth certificate back in those days. But so, Byrd, Chris, you're coming back, man. That's amazing, man, because you're the type of guy that, again, people will tell you, maybe don't do this, don't do that, but you've always done it your way, and you've always had self-belief, and you've managed to do things that most people wouldn't even dream of. So, I mean, it's on, this type of road that you've always been on. So it's clear that you got that fire inside of you. But just going back a little bit to your career, at the beginning of your initial career, when did things start getting good? When TV started picking you up, USA, your fights with Jimmy Thunder and so on. Like when did things start looking good that you started making some money off of this business?
Oh my goodness! My first fight on USA Tuesday Night Fights, I made $10,000, and me and my wife cried. We cried. We were like, "Wow, $10,000." We cried like babies, like, man, we're making our way now. We struggled, borrowing, asking for money, doing all this stuff, and now we can make a little bit of money. Then it was $20,000, and then you make $30,000. You like, really, for a boxing match? That's how much I missed out on that medal, on feeling like a real fighter, like I'm making my way in boxing. And I still got disrespected big time in my career. Oh my goodness! I mean, I'm getting paid. I got paid $600, and I understand my local promoter. I was getting paid $600 a fight, $600 for a 6-rounder, $600 for a 6-rounder. Think about that, Olympic silver medalist, and then you make $10,000 when you make the big, and then you stay there for a little bit. Then you start fighting a little bit more harder guys, get higher. The purse goes up, and then you start. Then when you hit HBO level, I can really support my family now. Wow, I can live a little bit. I don't got to be so worried and scared. But at the same time, I put in so much work. Oh my! And I'm fighting undersized at heavyweight, way undersized, and I'm still making my way. To me, my motto in my first career was, "How bad do you want it?" And I used to say that to myself all the time, Chris. How bad do you want it? You don't want it that bad if you don't want to go run, or you don't want to put in the work. You don't want it that bad. No. How bad do you really want it? So I put in the extra work, and just like now, put in the extra work. I want it really bad. But my motto this time is, let's get it. I want to get everything boxing has, because I know I got the talent to receive it.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. The hard work pays off. And now I'm looking through your box right here. One fight I've never seen. I don't know if it's on YouTube. I didn't know you fought Bert Cooper.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was so much fun.
But you know what? That's that same sparring partner that I mentioned, the guy who sparred Klitschko and Holyfield and all those. He said Bert Cooper was obviously not as good as Joe Frazier, but that he had those Joe Frazier qualities and he could punch with the right hand, whereas Joe Frazier was mostly the left foot guy, and that he said the pressure was unbelievable, the type of pressure he would put on. How was that like fighting Bert Cooper? And how did you feel in there when you fought him?
I love the pressure. Love it. I sparred in a 10-by-10 ring. So I'm not scared of like the short guys coming at me with the pressure. I like to make a miss. I'll make a miss and then counter, and then I'll frustrate, and then it's shutdown time. And that's my goal at heavyweight. People say, how did you do that at heavyweight? Well, it's my defense. I'm defense first. My thing is I'm gonna make you miss before you even think about it. I want to make you think about every punch you throw. Every punch you throw, you're going to second guess because you're going to miss first. So I'm going to mess up your whole routine. That's what I'm about. I'm about defense first. Nobody teach defense. You go to a gym, who teaches it? Nobody. They already teach you how to hit somebody, but you got to remember something's coming back. Everything's coming back, and that's the most fearful thing, what's coming at you. So this is the boxing is the sport of the art of self-defense. That's how I made my way, and that's how I'm gonna make my way this time the same way. I gotta say one more thing about my motto now. In my first career, everybody said I was too small. What are they gonna say now? I'm too old? Watch. I was too small the first time, and now I'm too old the second time, and I'm going to win world titles again.
Oh, Chris Byrd is throwing out a challenge. Chris Byrd is throwing out a challenge out there, making people, doubt him. That's
do you have representation right now, Chris? Do you have representation right now?
Yeah, I do.
Good. You have good people around you?
I have a great manager that's working for me.
People you can trust.
Working for me.
That's good. That's important in this game. People you can trust.
Yes.
Yeah, champion. If I may, I want to go back to your amateur days a little bit. You fought during the time when everyone's talking about Felix Savon. A lot of boxing heads said that Ariel Hernandez was really the best fighter that Cuba had, and that's who you had to face in the gold medal round. Would you please take us through that? Because I would love to hear your story on that.
Oh man! So I watched the fight once when I got home, and I cried. Somebody just posted on YouTube 27 years later. I watched the fight again, and I cried again. Wow! The Olympics. When I fought Ariel, I didn't even watch him fight throughout the whole Olympics. The Olympics was about me. Everybody was talking about me. They were like, man, this dude is good. He fight off the ropes. The whole crowd in the Olympics at the arena, they were like, damn, Chris Byrd is fighting again. He got to land the ropes, make a miss, stick his tongue out, do all this fun stuff. The
Olympics were a lot bigger back then, too. And would you agree, Chris? The Olympics were bigger back then. Like there was more eyes on it back then. For some reason, it's just American boxing has taken a hit.
It was huge. A lot of eyes on it. It has.
It was a golden ticket. If you got, like you said, you got a medal. Like those guys like Marvin Hagler who didn't fight in the Olympics and they had to come up the hard way. It was a golden ticket for those guys who got the gold Olymp. Like you look at the '84. 80 class, all those guys, man. If you come out by those classes.
Yep. And it was golden ticket. And I thought I would have a golden ticket too, but it didn't happen that way for me.
Now, let me ask you this.
A silver ticket.
Chris, because when you went into the 1992 Olympics, that was the first Olympics where they started implementing the computerized scoring because of the Roy Jones debacle. Did you think that hurt you inevitably, or what do you think about that type of style, which is now disappeared?
Well, it's funny because it helped me in the first 4 fights. I mean, because they didn't understand my style. They were like, man, he's making these guys miss. He's making them miss. They're throwing punches, and he's throwing these punches back. And 3 out of the 5 judges got to hit the button within a second. Come on, that's not even reality. 3 of the 5 judges got to hit a button in 1 second. They didn't know what button. Sometimes they'll push the right instead of the left. It was the first time some of the judges ever used the computer scoring. This is our life. So in the finals, the scoring was good for me. The score was good for the Cuban throughout the whole tournament. It was in our favor. We get to the finals. I was so confident going in. I'm like, I'm going to beat him. I don't care where he's from. I just whooped 4 guys straight easy. So getting to the Olympics, the guy, Ariel has a style similar to mine as far as left-handed, but he's moving with his legs instead of upper body. That's what I use. So after the first round, it's 1-1. After the second round, it's 4-4. My father was like, oh, snap. I was like, this is the Olympic finals. It's 4-4 going into the third round. Man. Woo! Gosh, the final. Third round come. Ding, the bell ring. At the end of that round, both of us, I thought, hey, did I win? He thought, did I win? The fight was 1-1, 4-4. They say the score, winner, and I think he's in the red corner, Ariel Hernandez, 12-7. 12-7.
Come
on. It was just 1-1, 4-4, and he outscored me 8 points. He scored 8 points in the last round. He scored more points in the last round than I did the whole fight. And when I came home, my girlfriend, who I married later, and now we divorced, but she said, you got to watch the fight over. Look at the messed up in the scoring, because the commentators would say, well, they just gave a point to him. It should have been to Chris. The fight should have been 10-9 either way. If he would have won 10-9, I would have been happy with it. I mean, I won a silver medal. It was a close fight. I cried like a baby. I never cried after a fight because of the score. It was 12-7. I'm like, really? He didn't beat me like that. I know how good I am. And then off of that, I didn't get signed? Really?
Yeah, that's a big blow, man. Let me ask you, though.
And Oscar... Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm so hyped up. I'm so hyped up. I'm like, No, Oscar had just won an Olympic gold medal 2 fights before me. He comes in the locker room. I'm like, get the heck out of here. We waited our whole life for this moment, and you just won a gold. I won me a gold, so I was so excited. And then I win a silver. And then I look at it like this, a difference between a gold and a silver. Oscar De La Hoya on his way, doing his thing, great fighter, doing his thing, taken care of. I'm cutting grass. Silver medalist.
Yeah, that's insane, man.
Trying to make my way through a nightclub and all this stuff. Get disrespected, low money, always taking shorts, always having to take the hard fights. The hard fight. I fighting all the guys no one else wanted to fight at the time. I fight them. I say I'll fight them so I can make my way through heavyweight boxing. I had confidence. I feel like, hey, I'm a small guy. I can make my way through this division. I don't care how big these guys are. I got to get mine. I don't have nothing. Nobody wanted me, so I'm going to make them want me. And everybody that passed me up, they signed me.
Yeah, but Chris, can I just say something? Can I just say something, especially for the time, because there was a lot more people trying to get in the Olympic trials back then. It was a lot more people than what's going today. So my point is, dude, when you say, I got a silver, can I just say, man, that is still unbelievably impressive. I mean, that shit would be on my fucking wall when you walk to my house, man. That's an impressive feat, brother. I know you got fucked, and it makes you question the whole thing when a judge screws you like that, when you see scores you like that, then you're like, now I'm questioning the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? So, but I told you should always be proud of that silver medal, dude. The country was proud of you for that, anyways. When you want to, I'm old and I'm your age, so I remember all that shit, brother.
I appreciate that, man. It's just when you go through everything and you look at that medal, like I look at my medal and I'm like, dang, I want a silver medal in the Olympics. And I had to go through all this struggle just to make my way, just to show that I'm talented enough to be at the highest level. Man, I had to go through a nightclub route. 250 people watching in a smoky nightclub. 250 people.
Well, look at how much shit you had to win to get to the Olympic trials, dude. You had to win the nationals, the local, the regionals. People have no idea in the amateur ranks how many fights you had to get to the Olympics. Like, it's crazy. It's 2 years worth of bullshit. How many fights? So I mean, just in itself, so that's an accomplishment, brother. Huge accomplishment.
Yeah, when you put it in perspective like that, absolutely. It's a long journey. So, Chris, by the way, you tell us when you want to hop off. Like, give us 5 minutes in advance so that we can try to barge in all of our questions, because we know you're a busy guy. We don't want to keep you up here, but you let us know how long you can go, because we haven't even scratched the surface. So we haven't even gotten into your pro career yet. But I have to ask you, man, because everything you're telling us about how, and like Jimmy said, the trials just to get to the Olympics, to get to the final, you're fighting 4 times in there. I mean, that's in such a short time. That's amazing too. You have very low recovery time. Then you get out of the Olympics, and you expect the world to be at your feet, and it isn't. So that's a big blow. Then you go up to heavyweight, and it's not even your weight, and you're eating all this crap food. So my question to you is, how did you stay strong? How did you keep your strength in that, your faith throughout that whole ordeal?
When you don't have nothing and you have no other skills in nothing else, all I've done my whole life was box. That's all I've done. And I banked it all on the Olympics. And then when I make the Olympics, I'm going to make my way just like every other fighter in this planet does. And I did it. So my thing was, hey, you set a goal for yourself. You got to stay focused on that goal. What else are you going to do? This is what I do. I mean, I'm always a happy guy. I'm like, they always call me happy. They literally call me, man, you always smiling. So I'm hurt by stuff, but at the same time, I got to keep my faith, keep the goal in mind. Remember the goal. And I know great things will happen. And boom, once I start, if I'm going to fight somewhere, I'm going to prove to everybody, show everybody that I'm here for real. Because I put in the work. So I started putting in work. I was like, forget that. There's no time to be sad. It's time to get it. Forget that. I'm not down or nothing. I'm in a bad spot right now, but something's going to happen. I got to be ready. And I was ready. And I made it work, man. I made it happen. So I'm making it happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's yeah, go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I mean, a heavyweight fight, and dude. Listen, I grew up in Lowell, Mass, so it's where they hold the nationals and shit. There's a lot of fighters out there, so I got a lot of family with pros and shit. And I can say honestly, you still sound like you're not slurring your words. You're very articulate. You're quick responses. It sounds like you've done well. Like you know what I mean? I don't know if you suffered any headaches, but you seem like you've kept all your faculties, which in itself is a fucking achievement. You know what I mean? You know as well as I do how many dudes your age who are in this game who fucking dudes can barely understand what the fuck they're saying anymore. So just be careful, brother. You know what I mean? I'm just saying God shined on you, dude, to fucking be one of the guys to keep your brains together. Just always keep that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you're gonna go back in this, just always keep that in mind. That's all, bro. That's all. I'd hate to see someone who make it out of it, and then to get hurt later. That would suck. But fire, bro. Do what you gotta do.
I'm so leery of it. I mean, I understand it. I'm doing everything now. We're in the era of information, so I'm doing everything now to prevent all that stuff. That's the biggest thing, to prevent that. And it's a horrible thing. I have a brother with dementia.
From fighting?
He was
from boxing?
From boxing, very sensitive to certain foods. His diet was horrible. Cutting weight is a horrible thing. The body doesn't recognize it. You cutting 40 pounds and you put 40 pounds back on. All that stuff is bad.
The body thinks it's an injury.
What's that?
Your body treats it as an injury, believe it or not. When you cut weight like that, your body thinks it's been in a traumatic injury. And so that's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
People die from dehydration. Your liver gets affected. Your liver count goes up. You can do all kinds of damage. Yeah, no, cutting weight is very stressful to the human body.
So, yes, very. So it's in teaching that. That's why I'm on weight right now. I don't cut weight.
Do you eat avocados, Chris?
What's that?
Are you big on avocados? I guess like Tom Brady eats that, like all his foods for brain power. Like it just keeps you, I guess, mentally sharp. And when you're into food, is that something you do too?
Avocado is the biggest thing. I don't eat any meat, wheat, dairy, sugar. I'll eat that stuff. I eat if it's green or if it's electric. The food that's natural to the earth
takes a lot of
is
discipline.
electric. It shouldn't make you sleepy. So it should wire you up. So, and all these chemicals in foods, people don't know about, with all these ingredients. If you can't understand the ingredient, you can't read it, why are you eating it? That's how I am.
Well, Chris,
I'm like, forget that.
Chris, I can tell you something you can tell people. It's just pretty fucked up, right? Now, think about this. We eat today, the human who dies today, we eat in our lifetime so many preservatives, right? The human corpse lasts on average 48 hours longer than it did in the 1800s. Meaning, like, you started turning ugly within 6 hours. You started turning black back in the day, man. That's why the funeral was within 48 hours. Now the human body actually stays fresh for like 2 more days because we've eaten so much chemical preservatives. That's crazy, right?
Yep.
Ugh. That's disgusting. But Chris, when you say you say you avoid wheat and all that, is that because it's like an inflammatory? And when you first stopped eating all that stuff, did you feel an immediate relief, or was there some sort of a backlash before you started feeling good once you cut off all those foods?
No, once I cut the foods, I thought, okay, I'm gonna eliminate one item. I eliminated one, and then it was wheat. That was the first thing, because the wheat was like kryptonite to me. Literally, it makes me just so tired. And I eliminated that, and then I started eliminating sugar because I'm eating too much of it. And then it was dairy. I started researching dairy and sugar. I'm researching all this stuff at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, man, this has to be causing a lot of my problems. Because why are my shoulders so bad? My hips are so bad. I mean, they were bone on bone really bad. Like it was, the doctor was like, damn, what did you do? They thought I got in an accident. Or I played like football my whole life. Like, you got football injuries. The damage in your shoulders and hips are so bad. The bone on bone is crazy. I'm thinking, I didn't get hit in the hips that much. And I know I use my shoulders, but if we use our limbs more, it gets better than worse.
When you did road work, Chris, did you run on the cement a lot?
Yeah, see, I run on sand, but...
That's right there, brother. That's what did your hips in.
No, but I thought that was a problem, too, at doing the hips in. And it hurts for certain people, but it still can make you stronger just in the running part. But how my hips were, it didn't do that. Oh, my goodness. My hips were so bad. I'm thinking, I need both my hips replaced. I mean, I train a lot, and then I look at the food. I had one hip replacement, but then I healed my shoulders and my other hip. And I'm running on pavement, and I'm doing good. Like, I'm thinking, man, this food is really tearing me up. I'm that sensitive to it. It was crazy, because once I started changing and eliminating certain things, I got more and more strict because I was feeling that much better. I'm like, dang, if I don't eat ever, sure, I probably feel the best ever. Because the days I don't eat, like I fast sometimes twice a week. I just won't eat for the whole day. Because food is like not thirdary, not secondary, third to me. I don't think about food. And then when I don't eat, that's when I feel my best. And I eat very strict too. So it's pesticides and chemicals that even, like if it's vegetables, and it's a organic farm next to a non-organic, those seeds blow over. Everybody say it. They'll blow over easy, and it can go straight into that. And for me, it messes me up for some reason. It makes me tired when I eat GMO foods. So those chemicals to me is not good. I'm not saying this is for everybody because everybody's body is different. But for me and my lifestyle, I love the way I feel. I never go back eating any of the food that I ever ate before. That's over with. My mind is made up. I'm very powerful in the mind as far as, okay, trying to eat certain things and still going back to it. No, I don't do that. I don't even crave it. I don't crave none of that. I don't want to feel like that. So I
Makes
feel
it hard to go out to eat with your
life
friends,
right
though.
now.
Does it make it hard to go out to eat with family and friends, though, when you have such a strict diet? You go to a restaurant, I mean, everything has wheat, everything has dairy.
Sugar. Yeah, everything has sugar, too.
Sugar.
I bring my own food. Honestly,
Yeah, you have to.
everywhere I go, I bring my own food. I do. If I go to a restaurant, I know what they're going to have. I just bring my own food. I sit there. Y'all eat whatever you eat. I'm going to eat what I eat, and that's how it is. Because I don't really care about food like that. I don't.
That's interesting. So, wait, did you ever... So, no more cravings for cake and hamburgers and pizza and all that?
Not any. The last 3 years, I've been the strictest anybody can be. I don't cheat at all. I'm not the type of guy to go and hide and grab a couple of cookies here and do that. Okay, I get away with it. No, I don't do that. I'm very strict because in training, I'm very strict. I push myself. I hold myself to a higher standard. So I'm going to hold myself to a higher standard than this. No, I can avoid anything. It's all about the mind. See, the mind, I tell you, in the subconscious will tell you all the time, man, eat that, man. It's okay. It's okay. Eat it. When your conscious mind is telling you, man, don't do that. You know what's going to happen, but what do we do?
Well, Chris, we grew up at a time, remember, like the 4 food groups, they pushed the dairy on kids big time. But if you think about it, the human body takes generations, like thousands of years to like get used to something. It's not normal for one mammal to drink another mammal's milk. It really isn't. Like, we're not supposed to drink cow milk. So it is foreign to the body, and nobody knew because it really is a foreign... Poor people didn't drink milk until about 100 years ago. This is all new to the human body. The same thing with concrete. The reason why concrete's so bad to run on, think about it, throughout human history, we never ran on concrete. Everywhere we went was earth. And all of a sudden we're running on concrete, and it's done a lot of damage to and it's actually being passed on now to children. Like they're finding certain fusions in knees and joints that kids would have never had being born 100 years ago. And they're saying that's because now like 4 or 5 generations of mothers have been walking on concrete, and it's starting to change the human body.
Jeez.
Well, when you think about it, a banana used to be round and have seeds. A banana don't have seeds. Everything have a seed. We came from a seed. Why don't have a seed? That should make you think. If something don't have a seed, it's made in laboratory.
Well,
That's how
speaking
you
of
look
that,
at it. And then go do your research. If you go do research and you go back, you're like, oh, damn.
Well,
most people have enough time.
We split all our vegetables. We've changed genetically. You wouldn't recognize fruit and vegetables from 100 years plus ago. We changed it all through genetics, splitting genes and doing all that shit. It's all man-made.
Yeah,
manipulated.
Yep.
And by the way, Monsanto, which is the big company that they got all the patents on all these seeds, I think they're also owned now by the same company, or I think they infuse whatever with what used to be called Blackwater, the mercenary company. So think about it. They control food and the big-ass army, private army. So that's freaking dangerous right there, if you ask me, man. An army and the control of food. Who knows where that's going to go.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. But the thing is, it's us. We're talking about. We know good for. You can't even understand the ingredients that's going in your body. Nobody takes the time to read it, and nobody cares. It tastes good, but now you got consequences later in your health. Now you got all these different little elements come first. Your back hurting. I got headaches. Why? And then now that's forming into something else, and that goes to something else. Now you highly have some kind of disease, and now you messed up. But you got to control it.
You end up taking more chemicals, right? You take Percocets to help the pain, so you take more chemicals.
Yep. See, I can't take prescription drugs. So I was in chronic pain for 11 years. I'm going to all these different doctors, and nobody knew anything because what they do is push pills. But since I can't take pills, go to Dr. Joe, go to Dr. Jim, go to Dr. Lucy, go to this doctor. And they're telling me to go to another doctor because they push pills. And I'm thinking, Chris, what happened to our country in healing? Just natural healing. Man, this is USA. We're number one. We ain't the number one pill pusher. Get you addicted.
Big Pharma started paying doctors if they write, say, like you're a big pharma company, you're selling OxyContin. You tell the doctor you write 50 scripts this month. There's 2 tickets for a cruise for you and your wife. They can't give them cash, but they would do shit like that. They finally outlawed that too. But that's the reason why so many guys became pill mills for all the shit they get on the side. It was crazy.
I got a quick question because I got some background noise. Sorry. Chris,
yeah.
So I wanted to ask you something. So, like, let's say I've been eating, had bad habits for a long, long time. And also, my body's injured because I used to be in the military. And I'm I'm 42. What are you saying, that it's never too late to change the diet? And if I start eating like that, then my feeling would change? Like, my health will improve even though I'm 42 already?
Man, I'm 50 years old. I changed my diet 3 years ago. If you look at my body right now, you'd be like, damn. You think I was 20 years old. Matter of fact, you think I was younger than that. And I got the energy of a 5-year-old. Yeah,
I see your videos on the Facebook. I've been watching everything that you've been posting, even the sparring. And you training the kids in San Diego on the beach. Man, you're looking amazing. Look, it's serious. Everything you're saying is 100% true.
Let's get it, guys. I mean, we live one life. You want to be the healthiest guy ever. That's how I feel. I want to be happy, healthy, and wealthy. And I'm feeling that every day. I'm so blessed.
You don't party at all, Chris? You don't drink at all? Do you drink at all ever, Chris?
It's static in the phone. I'm sorry.
He's asking. Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking, do you ever party? Do you ever do you drink alcohol ever?
Never drank a day in my life.
Well, that's huge. That's another reason why you're doing good, because alcohol is one of the worst things to the human body for health.
It is.
All kinds of issues.
That's coming from an Irishman, by the way.
Exactly.
Especially for the brain.
But Chris, I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you this though, because you said you no meat either. What may I ask? No. What's the problem with meat?
Oh my goodness! So, for me, just studying meat. Well, you're getting everything out of what did the animal eat? For me, I always say what did they eat, and it's going through my body. That's gonna go through my body. But for me, honestly, when I see an animal eyes. And this is for me. To me, they think like I think. They have the same sensory. So if I go chase an animal, he's scared. If you come chase me, I'm scared. For me, you're similar in a way. We're what, 1% different or 3% different than a chimpanzee. 3% different. We speak.
Well, our DNA is only one. We share 99% the same DNA with chimpanzees. 99% DNA.
So I look at that. Yes. So I look at that like, okay, they're close to us, just like every other animal. They'll run away. I'll run away. They're hungry. I'm hungry. You know, they get tired. I get tired. So we have something in common somewhere. Why I want to eat something that I feel that's related to me in some way? All the animals, they got life. They need breath. My dogs, I feed them human food, and they get healthy. When I feed them dog food, every one of my dogs died of some kind of disease. Every single one. I had Rottweilers. I love Rottweilers. I had 7 different Rottweilers. Every one of them died of a disease. Heart failure, cancer, tumors all the way up. I'm like, really? Because I gave them human food. What's in that food? And I'm thinking, man, that's, you know, I just.
I heard that story,
dogs,
Chris.
so
You talked about the dogs the other day, man. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting because you used to eat meat, and now you're no longer eating meat.
Man,
yeah.
I used to kill the meat. I mean, I love ribs. all that pork. Oh my goodness, everything. But now
is it
at 50?
No, I was going to say, is it because you mentioned you look in the eyes of animals? So is it a conscious choice that you don't want to eat the flesh of other animals, like in that type of sense, or is it because meat made you feel sick?
It made me feel really sick, and it has a lot of different things in it. Plus, they inject a lot of animals with stuff. For me, I feel without me eating meat, I have more energy. I feel much better. I have less aches and pains, everything. And all that comes together with the wheat, dairy, sugar, all that. When I get rid of all that together, I'm the healthiest man you're gonna see. Man, I feel.
Now, what about
good.
your testosterone levels? Have they dropped though? Like cutting out all your, because we are carnivorous people. That's you can tell the reason why we have eye teeth the way we do. That's for chewing, meat and tearing. So we just, genetically we're made to be carnivore. I'm saying the word wrong. Jesus Christ. But
I guess.
Yeah, carnivorous. You do give up something when you do that. You have to be taking in extra protein somewhere. Where do you get your extra protein?
You ever heard of hemp hearts?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Hemp hearts have between 11 and 13 grams of protein in every serving. Hemp hearts, you get protein from plants. Is protein.
Well, soy, exactly. Soy is high in protein. So I was wondering, that's what you do? You eat a lot of high protein?
Hold on, Jimmy. He wants to get into the hemp thing, I think. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I can't even hear
No,
him.
I was just saying. No, I was saying the hemp, but they tell you about you need all this protein, but you need it from only meat. Protein in the plants, protein in the hemp, so much protein in all these different areas, but we're so focused and trained to think it's only in meat, and you need the meat, you need it because your protein so it's good. And I'm more ripped and shredded than I've ever been in my life, and I'll eat not one. I don't even touch meat. I'm like, really? So I'm defying everything I've been raised to believe. I'm breaking all these different barriers. Like, this is not true. Really?
What about fish, Chris?
Fast forward. What's that?
Do you eat fish? Like, seafood?
No, I don't eat any fish. Fish got eyes. They look at
Wow,
me.
you don't even eat fish, huh? No kidding, huh?
Hey, but Chris, how about, because again, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop with this whole meat thing and all that. All I know is I eat meat and I don't feel bad. But is it possible that it's it differs between people? Like some people can eat a little meat, some people don't eat at all, some people eat a lot, and it's dependent on the body, or like, what do you think?
It's dependent. Everybody's body is different and made up different. Some people eat meat and make them that much better. For me, I don't, and I've researched it enough to where, for me, I'm not saying anybody else. I'm not knocking nobody for eating meat, but for me, I can't. I just can't. I'm not gonna eat another animal. Honestly, I'm just not. That animal could have been my pet. It's somebody's pet somewhere in the world, and now we're just in this country. Another country, they don't eat. India, most of India, they don't eat animals. You see them all walking in the street, so it just depends.
Yeah. All right, so it's a conscious choice too. Then it's not just the physical, right? So you have it's one of those you don't want to hurt animals too. I respect that, by the way. I think that's an admirable quality.
Well, it was first what I learned about what the meat does to the body, to my body, and then it became I'm respecting every animal. Man, these are this is God's creation also. Because they're breathing like me, they can look at me, they scare like they do, similar what I do. So we have to be related in some way. We have the same kind of something in us, because they got to eat just like we eat. They got to do the same thing. Now we're eating them. So and
you saw how they were raised too.
Does meat taste good, or does the flavor on the meat taste good? So if meat tastes good, I can eat human. If I put flavor on a human, barbecue sauce, and barbecue it all up, you would never know the difference.
Well, we got somebody in the chat room we got somebody in the chat room that says that would disagree with you about the human thing. but Chris, so it's interesting. So it depends on the person too. I mean, we got to be specific on that. Yeah,
I gotta say that everybody not the same, and I'm not.
It
depends on the person.
Also has something to do with your age too. It has something to do with his age too, BDA, because his testosterone levels it's already peaked. Like, you know what I mean? Like his frame is there. His natural frame, his muscle is full grown now. Nothing's going to change. So he can manipulate his diet to his body type. Younger guys like you, I personally wouldn't recommend for younger guys still gaining mass, still trying to develop, to cut meat out, because your body breaks the protein down a lot easier. Like, soy, like for instance, I'll make it real quick. Soy is a vegetable protein. You got to eat 50 grams of soy protein. Your body will assimilate 10 grams of steak protein faster and easier than 50 grams of soy. So you can eat a lot more. And so then his problem with soy also drops your testosterone level. So it's different. And Chris is taking it to like an extreme level of he's eating like power foods because he can do it because his body's already established. So I just wanted to put that out there.
But,
I know this end of the game.
Yes, but the thing is, what I'm truly eating is off of Dr. Sebi. I don't know if you ever heard of the great Dr. Sebi. It's all electric foods. So the body is electric. Our body is a mass of electricity. Brain is electric. We got more electricity running through it just like lightning in the sky. It's so electric. So the foods that are closely and natural to the earth, is very few foods left like that. But the ones that are left, avocado is one of them. Walnuts, they give you all the electric charge. That's why I got energy all day. So all this different type of food that I eat and spices and everything is all selective in a certain little small group. That's why I eat such little. But it gives me all kind of power because all the electricity runs through my body. I had neuropathy in my foot, nerve damage. I didn't know what nerve damage was. But every day I would tell my wife, I'm like, I feel like I'm getting electrocuted. I didn't know the body had that much electricity in it. And then I started studying the human body, and then I started studying what Dr. Sebi was teaching on food and how it heals with the food and herbs and how you can get this electric charge in you. And you're like,
That's also a precursor to diabetes too, Chris. And that went away for you?
What is?
That's good, because that's a precursor to diabetes usually. When you start getting those electric shock pains in your lower extremities, that's a lot to do with blood flow in a lot of cases. So if that stopped, good for you. That means you turned the corner.
So I had non-diabetic, because I wasn't a diabetic, I had non-diabetic neuropathy. So they don't know what that is. They're like, it's a mystery. And then I started researching my food. And I'm like, that's what's causing all this. Oh, my goodness. My electrical system it's like somebody poured water on it. and messed up all the electric in my body. I was all messed up. It was, nerves all mangled together, everything. So I was in the process. I had to get into the process of rearranging my whole body through food and use it like apple cider vinegar, for instance. When you use apple cider vinegar and you do the apple cider vinegar cure, or you do the grape cure, I did a grape fast for 2 weeks. Just ate red grapes. It got pregnenolone in it, which is the primary steroid for the brain for healing. Because of the skins of the seeds is so powerful. You have grapes that heal your body. You can research it. It'll heal your body tremendously. It'll start healing.
Well, Chris, that's why they say a glass of red wine a day is good for you.
Yes.
That's an old wise tale.
Very
That's where that
good.
comes from. No, the grape is a superfood. So isn't walnuts. You mentioned walnuts.
Woo!
Walnuts are high in great fat, and it's got great protein, too. Walnuts are a good food.
Let's get it.
Chris is doing the woo.
That's,
You got Chris doing the woo, man.
Dates. Yes, dates. Like I'm a
One of the best nuts you can eat,
very
seriously.
little. Oh my goodness! I mean, I'm such a healthy. I got my herbs here. Like sea moss. Sea moss has 102 minerals in it. Sea moss. You know how it's going to elevate your body? Now you got all these minerals coming through your body when you have sea moss. You like what? It makes you feel amazing.
You should
Hey,
sell.
Chris,
You should be a sales rep for one of these companies, dude. You got the energy, man. You sell it good too, dude. You can make bank doing that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Let's get it.
How's your
man.
defense?
Let's-
You drop weight to 160, right? 160, and with all these like foods that you're eating, and you got like this clearness of mind, and how does it help your defense when you like this clear headed and this light? You know, when you used to have that. Roll the neck and make a miss by a little bit, by a couple inches, then counter. How's that working for you now?
So my reflexes, I was so worried about. The first time I can tell you a story. So I come back to boxing. I have a cannabis expert. Her name is Tammy Thomas. She did this comeback is about me and her because that woman sacrificed everything to get me better. She said her medicine don't work. So just coming back to boxing and getting all this energy back through all these, different sources, I'm like, man, I have to do it. I have to be the best. I have to stay on this diet, or it's not even a diet, it's a lifestyle. To live and compete like I want to. So my first sparring session back, the cannabis expert, Tammy Thomas, she took me. She never seen me box before. She just heard about me wanting to come back to boxing, and she watched how good I was in my first career on YouTube. And I'm telling her, I'm coming back to boxing, I'm going to be good. I thought it was going to be great. Man, I got my butt handed to me by a young kid the first time I sparred, but I never got hit. I didn't get hit that much. I was getting hit everywhere else but in the face because I was making a miss. And then, she was like, man, you do have a really good defense. I said, that's nothing right now. Wait till I start getting better, and you'll see the whole gym is going to stand up and go, what the heck are we watching? Because nobody can hit this guy. And sure enough, I'm defense first. So I want to wow the crowd with my defense to have other boxers start thinking about their defense instead of just trading. Because boxing to me is a science. It's like playing chess. I want to sit back. I want to make you miss. I want to make you think. I want to shut you down. Every part of boxing I want to shut you down in before I knock your ass out. Excuse my language. So my reflexes are on point right now. I'm so excited. And wait till I box. That's the first thing you're going to see. You're going to be like, dang, he's back.
One more question. One more question. Sorry. You've always banked on your reflexes and your defensive skills. What's the one punch after making the other guy miss that you think you have in your arsenal now that really can get a guy hurt?
Knock him out?
In your arsenal.
Oh, my hook. So I never really threw a hook, a right hook, because I had a bad shoulder since I was 17 years old. So sometimes I throw a hook, but it was just in the subconscious. It just come out. But now I have a great hook, straight left hand body. I'm trying to be. I'm a nice guy, but I want all knockouts. I didn't get that at heavyweight. At heavyweight, it was survival. Now the heavyweight is coming to middleweight. I want to make them feel like how I used to feel. I'm a 6'1.5", 6'2", 160 pounds. I'm ripped. I have a heavyweight mind. Let's get it. Now it's time to go get it.
That's what you're going to fight at is middleweight, Chris?
Punch I throw.
You're going to go down to middleweight?
What's that?
That's crazy. Think about that. That's so, dude, just to come back at an older age, to come down at a smaller weight, everything about this is unusual. You know what I mean? Who knows, man? That's crazy. You know what I mean? You don't usually, it goes the other way.
Yes. It usually goes the other way. I'm the unusual one.
It shows you're taking it serious.
Man, he got a different style, but I feel like my style will dominate like it should, and I'm gonna have a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun. These middleweights are good. They're faster. Everybody's fast now. I'm like, dang, this is warp speed. But I'm used to it. I love the challenge to make a fast guy miss. And I will make you miss, and think. And I'm coming back with fire too. With fire every time. Boom, boom, boom.
Hey, Chris, can I ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question? This is my own personal thing, because my grandfather was a trainer, and he always told me that. So it's just my own thing. I ask every professional boxer, and it's most of the time it is the case. Are you a good dancer? Like, if you bust a move, are you a good dancer? Most boxers, I find, especially defensive boxers, are great dancers. You got good rhythm?
I'm a great dancer. You see me dancing in the ring, you watch. I'm a really good dancer.
But my point, thank you, Chris. That's my point. I'm telling you, I say it on the show a lot, and I don't think some of the guys, I'm not talking about the panel, these guys know, but some people don't understand. Sugar Ray Robinson said it, and that always stuck in my head. My grandfather said it. You give me a kid who got rhythm and a little athleticism, and I can take him far. It isn't always about being able to take a big punch and having thrown a big punch. That'll only take you so far.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I did it at heavyweight. No punch. And won 2 heavyweight titles, and literally will go down as the most avoided heavyweight ever. I had the biggest struggle ever at heavyweight. Couldn't get fights. I used to fight on USA Tuesday Night Fights. I think I fought in there upwards of 13 times. Every single fight I fought on USA Tuesday Night Fights, I didn't know who I was fighting until either the Sunday, Monday, or the day of the fight. I never knew. They kept pulling out. Everybody pulling out. I'm like, get out. I'm the smallest heavyweight in the division. But they scared of defense. Because I don't want to get made silly. He's going to clown me in the ring, man. He's going to have fun, man. He's going to embarrass me. They were scared of that. I'm like, really? I go to the gym.
Most fighters would rather be knocked out than be clowned.
Yes. I go to the gym. Nobody won't spar with me. Nobody in the gym will spar with me. I'm like, really? I'm the smallest guy here. Not one person. Matter of fact, I got a story about that. I'm at the heavyweight factory in L.A., in the L.A. area. And I go in with Layman Brewster, my cousin. We go into the gym. Now, I weigh about 190 pounds. My foot burning like crazy. My Layman was getting me out of the house. And he said, man, just come to the gym and just watch. See, at that time, I was still sparring. He didn't know that. I take my stuff everywhere. I'm afraid. My foot burning like crazy. It was before my hips and my shoulders went out. So I take my stuff to the gym. They have a heavyweight factory. They have all these big guys. The requirement was you had to be 6'3", 235 pounds. I haven't sparred. I weighed 190, but I bring my sparring stuff all the time. So they had a guy 6'7", you see a basketball player, He's 6'7". He's their best guy. So they're like, "Hey, you want to spar with him?" I'm like, "Okay, we'll spar." And now, mind you, it's 50 heavyweights in the gym. I'm too loud. 50 heavyweights in the. I'm saying I'm too loud. I'm talking about my Shane Mosley right here.
Hey, wait, is that really Shane Mosley, by the way?
Yeah. Hold on one more. Yeah, I got Shane. Shane, he said, "Yeah, this." What's going on? What's going on, guys?
How you doing, Shane? Shout out to Shane Mosley. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Well, how you doing, man?
How you doing, man? Hanging out with Chris Byrd.
You what?
No, I just said it's funny. You're just hanging there. Are you guys at the gym or something? Or what's going on?
No. We're at it is a gym up here in my house, Big Bear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Hey, Shane Mosley.
Hanging out and,
hey, Shane.
Yeah, what's going on?
Pops is training Ivan Redcats, right? He's fighting today.
Oh yeah, Ivan Redcats. Yeah, they're fighting. He gonna fight.
Your Pops is training him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just shout out.
Yeah, he was just saying that He was saying that.
All right, brother.
All right, take it easy, Shane. Thanks for the shout out, man.
All right, that's it. All right, brother. There you go.
Here's
Chris.
All right, man.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back with the story.
So wait, Chris, you're up at the gym right now, or?
I was at the heavyweight factory. So I was spar with the best guy. He's 6'7". I go in the gym. I go spar. Okay, I'll spar. So then we come out, start boxing. I'm barely hitting. He's 6'7". I'm barely hitting him, but he couldn't hit me at all. I'm like, I mean, he was throwing, swing, couldn't hit me, and I'm standing right in front of him. So the bell rings. I go to the corner, and Layman is laughing. He's like, "Man, you still up to your old tricks." Oh my goodness! I turn around, and the whole gym staring at me, like, wow. And the guy got out of the ring. That when he sparred one round, I'm like, really? It's just defense. All I'm doing is making you miss, and now I can't get no sparring.
But wait a minute. It's not just you're not just making a miss, because if I remember correctly, you would stab people with straight lefts to the body, and it doesn't seem like it. But those shots, when you expect them the least, they tend to hurt, man. Did you hit that guy with those type of shots, or?
I didn't throw any punches, because one thing about me, if I'm in the ring with somebody, you're a basketball player. You're not real. I've been boxing since I was 5 years old. My father was an Olympic coach. I'm on the same team with my father. He's an Olympic coach. So how you think I know about boxing that well?
That's true.
I know boxing really well. So when I get in the ring, I know the level. I don't blow anybody out. I won't embarrass nobody as far as me just talking stuff and try to hit them with punches and beat them up and embarrass them. I won't do that. I embarrass you by making you miss, but that's just my style. But I'm not going to do that. And that's why I didn't throw any punches. I just made them miss. And they were like, dang, you put on the clean just making them miss. You didn't have to throw any punches. I probably won the round without even throwing the punch, like Willie Pep.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But here's my thing, though. When you're making guys miss, though, you're standing in front of them. It's not like I must emphasize that point. You're not moving around the ring like Arislandi Lyra. You're standing in front of them and just moving your upper body, rolling your shoulders. How, like, that's not.
Yep.
That's not normal. Like, when did you start realizing that you could do that? Because, I mean, like you said, 5 years old. It must have seemed natural to you, right? But when did you start realizing, hey, I'm not like other people that I can just, I can actually stand in front of them and make a miss?
I started realizing in 1986 when my father lost his gym. When he lost his gym, I always have stories. He lost his gym in 1986. He had a gym. My whole life, we had a gym. It was in the bottom of a school. The school got closed down, so now the gym closed. So my father, he gets invited to Detroit. We live in Flint, Michigan. That's 60 miles south of us. And he gets invited to a celebration for Rosa Parks. So he goes to the celebration, and I still remember this because he came home. He said, man, because he was so distraught that we didn't have a gym because we had a bunch of kids also. So coming to the gym. And when he came home from that celebration for Rosa Parks and he heard how she hid 100 slaves in a small area, he was like, we have a basement. I can make a gym in the basement. So he went down there and went to work. He put a bag up. He made a homemade ring with carpet on 3 sides of the walls, 3 sides, and in the front was the ropes, which we couldn't lay on because if you lay them, they would break. My father literally, if you got close to the ropes, you would feel a hand, you would feel fingers on your back, like push you back into battle. And the ring was 8 by 10. 8 by 10. So I have nowhere to go. Only place I have to go there, I was tall and skinny. They would push me to the wall, and I just make a miss. My brother Joe was a major puncher. I was fighting at 156 at the time. He fought at one light heavyweight pro, knocking guys out. And I would spar with him in the basement, and he would try to kill me with his big shots. But I would lay on the wall and just make a miss, and you'd hear a thud, boom, boom. He hit the wall so much because he's trying to hit me. So it really taught me how to really, in a small area, make what work. You can't move, so use your waist. It's waist movement. Everybody say head movement. No, I have a great waist.
I bet you that small gym your father made. I bet you that's your favorite gym you've ever trained in. I bet you got some good memories, huh? Growing up with a fucking gym in your basement like that. That must have been awesome.
It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon, yeah. Yeah, it must have been, because I heard the same thing from I think Juan Manuel Marquez. His father was a professional too, and he had his brother Rafael, who also became a champion, and they would spar, I think, in that, or they learned how to box, I think, in the basement. And he said it was so small, you weren't afforded the luxury of just moving around. You actually had to stand in front of the other guy, and that's how when you see Rafael and Juan Manuel boxing, they were almost always in front of you. I mean, they would back off, but they wouldn't run around the ring. And it's almost, you took that to the extreme in that you would actually just stand in front of a guy, a little bit like James Toney, except moving more side to side and just pecking guys to the body and hitting them upstairs. And that's amazing so out of that furnace, out of that dungeon, so again, it seems it's an interesting narrative, your life, because out of those restricted conditions, you learn how to box. Then out of your restricted options after the amateurs, you were forced to go to heavyweight, but everything ended up working out in the end. Just like with the basement boxing, just like with the heavyweight. It's interesting that those things worked
Chris,
out.
I wanted to ask you, is it fair to say that once you understand defense, that if you can make a fighter miss by a little or by a lot, that's like when you understand that if you only move your head a little, but then he's still gonna miss, even though you didn't have to move a lot, you're in position to counter back, right? So it's having confidence in your ability once you see the punch go from the shoulder, right? Or watching the feet, that you understand if you could just make a miss, you don't have to move your head a whole hell of a lot, right?
Not at all. Not at all. Matter of fact, like I use my gloves too. Like I will time your punch before you throw it. So I'll put my glove on your hand before you even throw your punch. And I do that a lot because I look at punches, and I'm telling secrets. I look at punches thrown and habits. We all got habits. If you see a guy throwing a jab, then you throw a double jab. Then you throw a jab. That's a habit. You're doing the same thing. So I'm just reading it. While we're boxing, I'm defense first. I come out, hey, you start throwing. Why do I got to throw first? You throw. And then now I'm picking up your rhythm. So, I'm trying to be very intelligent in the ring. I'm not like a dumb guy just fighting. And most guys just fight. What's your game plan when you go in the ring? How you going to shut this man down? What is he throwing? How do we throw it? Can he hit hard? Can he counter? Can he do all this stuff? That's boxing.
Chris, how important is knowing a fighter's rhythm, getting a guy's rhythm? How important is that? Is that like the most important thing? Would you rate it one of the most important things?
Because to me it is because for me I'm not counting. I'm seeing how your rhythm is. Okay, it's a timing thing. It's hard to get out of your rhythm. It's hard to get out of it because that's what you do all the time. and your coach don't correct it, you don't change up. You do the same thing. So since you're doing the same thing, I don't mind. Keep doing it. I'm gonna keep shutting you down and keep making you think about every punch you throw. This is a chess battle, man. You get in front of somebody, it's a one-on-one. All I gotta do is figure him out. So I get in front of you and try to make it the most uncomfortable style you ever face. And you don't understand it. You'll never understand it because you'll get out scratching your head like, damn, what did I just witness? Man, I just went against something I never even. My coach don't know nothing about that. They don't.
Especially even like meathead punches, like Chris, the meathead punches. The guy by you halfway through the first round, he does. You already got him figured. He got his rhythm. He does the same shoulder drop twice, throws a jab. You must eat those dudes alive because they're so fucking robotic in their rhythm.
Yeah. So and that's what it is. You're just being smart and understanding. Okay, he's doing the same thing all the time. And then if I don't notice it, my coach better. Because he got to go from A to Z. See, you see coaches, and I'm not blaming, like it's bad, sometimes the fighters don't do it. But sometimes you have a game plan in mind, but how about that don't work? Now you got to go to plan B. How about B don't work? How about C don't work? You got to go all the way to Z, and then you start over. Because it's boxing. It's all about styles. It's all about matchup in the style and understanding how can I break that style down. Just to me, this is a science. Like I told you, a chess match. You got to use your mind. You got to use your mind a lot and think your way through and throw certain punches, do certain things to be the smartest and best in the ring. That's what makes. I seen Floyd Mayweather when he was 15 years old. I came back from the Olympics. I got a key to the city in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is about 2.5 hours west from where I live in Flint, Michigan. But Floyd is from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is like 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away. So I'm at the show getting the key to the city. My father used to train Floyd Sr. So I seen Floyd Sr. get in the ring, and then I hear the announcement, Floyd Mayweather Jr. One of the best kids I've ever seen in the ring. You talking about smart? Smart? Oh my goodness. I just won a silver in the Olympics. And I'm watching the kid being just as smart as me. I'm like, wow, he's 15 years old. Afterwards, his father's like, hey, come up here, Chris, talk to my son. And I got a chance to talk to him and tell him, hey, don't turn pro. Because a lot of kids at that time from his area, they had a lot of talent, but they were turning pro at 16. Your career done when you're 25. I mean, you can't, it's hard turning pro young. And I was telling him, turning pro young, you fight a veteran. He's a rugged guy. It'll ruin your career. So the next 4 years, I told him, go to the Olympics. You got 4 years. You got that kind of talent. So he honed it. Obviously, won a bronze medal Olympics, learned boxing. And that's what the boxers do. You need to learn this sport more than anything and grab a hold to it and understand what your opponent doing. So you only got to worry about one person and what he do. Now we're in the era of film. I can break him down. So boxing to me is a science. And having these different attributes, you got to put it all together. Right? Not just one. You got to have everything to be the best.
You must have been embarrassed for that dude who fought tonight then, huh? The kid who fought Andrade? You see how horrible that kid was, man? Holy shit, that dude sucked. He had no boxing skills at all.
I mean, he tried his best, right? But I mean, he
tried his best, but my God, like he was limited. You must have been watching that saying, holy shit, he keeps catching the same shot over and over. Like, no fucking thinking in the ring, no cerebralness at all.
And you're fighting a thinking guy. It's you have to be very intelligent. If you're an aggressive guy, you got to be intelligent in your aggressiveness. Mike Tyson was very intelligent by the way he get to you. His biggest thing was he put fear in you. And then that's aggressiveness. He coming to you. Most guys don't blame aggressiveness, and we'll call it aggressive because he's coming forward. No, Mike coming to you regardless of what's coming back at you. I'm gonna come get you. Most time
He'd come in the ring with just a towel with a hole cut for a robe. He'd just come in with a towel with a cut in those black shorts, looking angry. Spinks fucking lost before they even fucking announced him. His knees were wobbling.
Hey, Chris, you're one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time. You're one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time. How do you rate Canelo's defense?
Oh, honestly, I look at Canelo. I said, man, has he been watching me? When did he start fighting off the ropes like that? I know in boxing, who fight off the ropes? Literally fight off the ropes the whole fight. Nobody do that. Not purposely. Canelo's are fight off the ropes. Use his defense. People don't understand what he's doing right now, and then they know he has a good defense, but he's shutting everybody down with the defense. He's gonna make you miss, and he know how to counter back, and he punches. He punches pretty hard for the weight class, so he putting fear in every. That's why I said I want to win a middleweight, a super middleweight, and a light heavyweight title, because I know my defense is gonna get me to where I need to go. I want 2 heavyweight titles on defense. I know what I can do, and I can get in front of Canelo, and we'll see who's gonna hit each other first.
Well, you know what?
I know the style.
We're very excited to see that, man. Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch for sure, man. I mean, and you definitely get the hunger, so it's an intriguing move for sure. Chris, I got to ask you a couple of questions here from the chat room. By the way, we barely scratched the surface regarding your boxing. I mean, it was very interesting to talk about other stuff, man. We go where you want to go. We're almost out of time here with the phone lines, though. I don't know if you would be willing to stay on the lines until we restart them, or maybe if you're willing to come back another day.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, fantastic. Okay, but
I just now.
Well, actually, yeah, because the phone lines shut down in about 14 minutes. But I got to ask a couple of questions here from the people in the chat room. People were asking. Okay. People were asking about the Ike Biabuchi fight. How did you feel beforehand? And did you notice that? Because he ended up going to jail for some shenanigans outside the ring. Did you see anything off in him before the fight or during the fight?
Oh man! So I tell stories on Instagram, and I post them on Instagram and YouTube and all this stuff. And I told the Ike Biabuchi story when we first pulled up to the hotel. He was outside walking, looking at the sky, back and forth, just walking back. And he'd turn around, walk, looking at the sky. And my father was like, "Isn't that the guy you're fighting?" I was like, "Yeah, it is." So they said he had been out there for hours before we even pulled up.
Whoa.
So nobody figured out to see this dude's off?
Well, with the Ike Biabuchi fight, I don't think a lot of people know that he jumped on his coach 2 weeks before the fight. His coach is Curtis Coates, the former welterweight champion. He jumped on him, He beat up his sparring partner, and he beat up the coach because the sparring partner cut him in sparring, and when they got out of the ring, he put his gloves off. The sparring partner took his gloves off. He seen his wedge in the ring, and he said, "Man, you hit me with that." And so I thought I wasn't fighting. I was like, because he had a cut, and that was on Tuesday, and on Thursday, the fight back on. I was like, okay, and on Friday, I separate my rib. 2 weeks before the fight. 2 weeks before the fight, I separate my rib. I didn't say anything. Only person knew was my wife at the time, and I was in all kind of pain. And I tell the story, I tell the truth now about all that. So I'm going into a fight with Ike Biabuchi. I weigh 208 pounds. He weighed 244. I'm going into a fight with a separated rib, worried about that, and I'm fighting his mom. And everybody knows he's beat up on everything. See, all the fighters know this stuff. But, if I tell the truth now, it's just telling the truth now. Hey, it's been years. He fought
Hey, Chris, you're cutting off, man. Chris, are you walking? Because we can barely hear you now. I don't think you're.
I couldn't barely hear him to begin with. Now
Yeah, we can't hear you, man. We can barely hear you.
I'm in Oh, really? I'm in the same spot.
Okay, now we hear you. Okay, by the way, let me just make a correction. I said that we only had 14 minutes on the phone lines, but they shut down, but we can still keep you on. So if you want to stay on longer than 14, if you want to stay on longer than 14, we can go as long as you want, man. It's up to you. But I wanted to ask you then. So Ibeabuchi was a mental case. He was a basket case through and through, right?
Very much. I mean, before the fight, he was going through stuff. When we get there, he's doing that. It was just, he must have lost it. And then after the fight, he raped a prostitute, and then now he's, he was in jail. I think he's out now, and but he's just a downward spiral. And who knows? Would he have been heavyweight champion? Would he have not? Because they say he beat me and he beat David Tua. That's great, but David Tua never won a heavyweight title.
That's true. But that's
what I'm saying. So the Klitschko era was coming. I'm telling you, it's a hard feat. It's a hard era. That's hard. Them brothers can fight. I don't care what people say. They're boring. This and that. You still got to deal with them.
That's true. And you must get that question a lot, though, right? Because you fought the Klitschkos, you fought Holyfield, so people must ask you, hey, how would Ibeabuchi have done against those guys?
Always, they always ask me that, and I would say with Vitaly having a really hard time because he's a tough guy. Vitaly not backing down. He's just gonna fight you to the end. He's hard to hit. He's 6'8", so it's a hard fight. I got an unusual style. I'm not saying that because he quit on me and I did it. No, I got an unusual style. With Vladimir, I can have a better chance because I think Vladimir would have been a little more intimidated with him, but still, he punches like a mule. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He's no punk. Everybody says, well, he quit against him or he did this. That man can still really fight, and not because I lost to him. Look at his resume. Everybody say, oh, it was weak champions at the time or weak contenders. It never was. These guys, the world opened up in 1992 to the whole world of boxing. Heavyweights came out of everywhere. Usually it was America dominating. Now, Russia, you got Poland, you got all these different heavyweights coming. You like, man, Germany. Where do these guys come from? That era was explosive. I mean, we had 100. I'm in a magazine with 100 different heavyweights. 100. Can you put 100 now and rank them all? It was 100 and probably 300 weights. I'm like, get out! Look at this heavy. You see heavyweight explosion. Cedric Kushner put on all heavyweight cards because there was so many heavyweights coming out of everywhere. And now, and then it just dried up. But man, was it a time where these heavyweights were coming? I'm fighting guys. I'm reading about all these guys coming up. Like, dang, it's heavyweights everywhere. And I'm at the top of the crowd. I'm the smallest guy. What? How is that? I mean, there's tons of heavyweights. I mean, you look at Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis. They came in, brought in a big era of heavyweights. They brought the big era in. And then Andrew Galata, and then you got all these different guys start coming that were huge, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 240. And I'm thinking, man, I remember when Evander Holyfield was heavyweight. That's why I went to heavyweight, because it was all the small guys. And then when I started getting into the mix, it was all big. And I'm the small guy. You're like, dang, why is that? Now you got to go back to the food. And genetics.
Chris, what's your thoughts on a super?
What's your thought? Man, it was crazy.
Hey, Chris, what's your thoughts on like if they would have implemented a super heavyweight division, like anything over 250? Would you have agreed with that? Would you have thought that was a good idea, or?
I mean, honestly, when I started getting into the mix, and especially when I fought my first big heavyweight, it was Phil Jackson, actually. I fought Phil Jackson right after he fought Lennox Lewis. And he was 34 and 2 with 31 knockouts when I fought him. I'm like, dang. And when I beat Phil Jackson, I'm like, I want to fight all the big guys. And Phil only weighed like 227. But I weighed like, a soft 211, real soft, but I wanted to fight bigger and bigger. I just wanted to get it bigger. But honestly, I mean, it's got to be some separation somewhere. When it becomes too many big guys over 250, they got to have their own class.
That's a good point. Like, I mean, that's like Canelo Alvarez fighting Alexander Usyk, right? Like, there's a 40-pound difference there. I mean, it's
and how far,
crazy
you know, when
because
you get champions like, you know, Fury, 6'9", 270 pounds, that's absurd. That's like the circus coming to town. Fuck, you know what I mean?
Yes. And imagine that. So, and now imagine a guy that's 6'1.5" fighting guys like that. It started making no sense because who came up with these rules?
Silly,
who came up with these weight classes and what? Unlimited? They never thought the guys would get bigger, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And
They
everybody
never
got bigger.
the Bible mentions the Nephilim, that they were giants back in the day. They're still here now, apparently. They returned to the heavyweight division. And Chris, I've always wanted to ask you something, man. I didn't,
right.
I didn't know Lehman Brewster was your cousin, but I remember whenever I rewatched the Lehman Brewster versus Vladimir Klitschko fight, you're in the audience and you're jumping up and down, you know, egging him on. How was that like? Did you talk to him before the fight, and what was your feeling about that fight and how it went down?
Oh yeah, I talked to him before the fight, man. We knew just a little bit, knowing it's a hard fight. I mean, I fought him, but different styles. You know, Lehman's he's a major puncher, and he know how to box really good. So, you know, we know it's gonna be hard, but you gotta go for it. And it was hard. It was really hard. Like Lehman was Vladimir was putting in work on Lehman, but Lehman stayed the course. He stayed there, take it, and finally Vladimir just started breaking down, and that's why I was so excited for him and jumping up, because I'm like, man, my cousin, he gonna win. I beat a Klitschko, he beat a Klitschko. How crazy is that? The same family.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That's cool, man. In the family.
Same family. I mean, it's a big feat because those brothers, I don't care. All these heavyweights can say anything about them, but they were dominant.
That's right.
There were two brothers that were champions.
You hear people shit talk the Klitschkos. Klitschko. Anytime you hear these kids today or young guys bad-mouthing the Klitschkos, it's usually guys who are under 30, just started following, you know, the sport in the last. They know nothing of the era. They know nothing what they've accomplished. And then there's other things in play sometimes that are ridiculous. But yeah, of course he was a dominant fucking.
Yeah, I'm one of the biggest critics of Vladimir because he was so, you know, using his size to lean on people and clinch. But once he fought Joshua, you know, they were more or less the same size, and he was outboxing Joshua. So, you know, it wasn't all just size.
His most exciting fight, his last one.
Yeah,
but there was his most exciting fight.
But he was skillful too, you know. It wasn't just all size. If it was all size, then Valuev would have been the best of all time because he was like what, 7 feet 1 inch tall or something, you know. So it's
7'1", 325. Yep.
Hey, Chris, going back to Lehman, I was calling him Lamont. I don't know why I thought he was Lamont, but he used to be a good amateur too, right? Did he almost make it to the '96 Olympics, or am I getting that wrong?
He was in the mix. Matter of fact, he was the favorite going into Olympic trials.
Damn.
You know, and Nate Jones won it. You had DeVero Williamson, who was touch of sleep, crazy power. So you have those guys in that mix, and Nate Jones was the one that came out, you know, making the Olympics, won a bronze medal, good boxer. I sparred with him many rounds too. So and I fought DeVero Williamson. How crazy is that? Those three I mentioned, you know, I have a lot of company with, but all three great fighters. Lehman was a great amateur, won national, I think 10, 11 times. You know, in the from the Golden Gloves, U.S. Championships, the PAL tournament, through all that stuff. You know, he won all those tournaments to keep him at a high level, high ranking in amateur. So he was really good.
Hey, DeVarrell Williamson, you mentioned him. He was a weird fighter because his technique wasn't the best, but he had a hell of a right hand. I mean, he actually dropped Vladimir with that right hand. When you fought him, did you ever feel his power? I mean, even when he would whoosh you by, when you would make him miss, did you feel like, whoa, that was a hard shot if he would have hit me? Or
So before I fought DeVero, we probably sparred 500 rounds.
Oh.
We sparred so much. He was the best sparring I could ever have because it's Operation Avoid the Right Hand. Because if he hits you with the right hand,
90 seconds.
I always said, man, you got murder in your right hand. That's murder, man. You will get charged. You can't. He hit me the first time. I was 29-1. I'm getting ready to fight. I was 29-2. I'm sorry. I was getting ready to fight Maurice Harris. And my lawyer said, call DeVero Williamson. He fights similar to Maurice Harris. You know, he's the same height. He's thin. I was like, okay, he's an amateur kid. He's 4-1 at the time. I guess he got
60 seconds.
Caught with a punch. 4-1. So I'm not even really respecting him. Okay, we sparring time. I mean, I treat everybody well, but when they come to box, I'm like, he ain't on my level. The first right hand he hit me with, it sent me back to the Olympic trials in 1988. I remember the Olympics, everything about me fighting Todd Foster in Olympic trials. Man, it's never been hit like that up until that point. I never felt a punch like that. Oh my goodness. After we got done sparring, I said, DeVero, man, you got murder in your right hand. Do you know that? He said, that's why my nickname is a touch of sleep. Because when I hit you,
10 seconds.
10 seconds is just a touch of a nap. And I'm like, that's why they call him that. I see why. When they say hardest punchers, he's never mentioned. And I don't care as far as champion or not in the heavyweight division. He has, I mean, his knockout ratio is probably 92%. And they look over that. Man, when you fight that man, if he hits you with that right hand, he's going to destroy you. He started boxing at 27 years old. That's why his technique is that good.
Ah, that makes sense. Did you ever see you ever see his fight with Derek Jefferson? Derek Jefferson was a big.
I was at the fight.
Oh, you were there. Okay, yeah. So that's proof of his power right there. I mean, just whacked him over and over and just had him dead on the ropes. I mean, it was.
You see how he hit him? Oh, man. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, brutal. They had to rush Derek to the hospital after the fight.
Jeez. That's insane.
That's how 215 pounds.
Hey, speaking of the hospital, because sometimes, like you said, it was an interesting observation when you mentioned that the day after, or actually that you would take weeks to heal after going to war with some, I mean, not even going to war, but just taking the punches from these heavyweights to your body. If I remember correctly, didn't you beat Maurice, what was his name again? Maurice Harris. Maurice Harris, yeah, who was he was a spoiler. He would go in there and beat you when you least expected it. Did you go to the hospital after that fight for dehydration, or was it him that went to the hospital?
Major. I went to the hospital. I fell out probably 10 times after the fight. It was in New York City. So after our fight, I'm excited because nobody wanted to fight him. Nobody wanted to fight me. So we fought each other, and I beat the guy nobody else wanted to fight. So, and now I'm number 2 contender also, getting ready to fight David Tua next. So after the fight, I'm walking. I'm like, what is wrong? During the fight, in the 7th round, I knocked him down with a body shot. And he went a body shot. He went down. He took a knee. He got up. I had zero energy. Everything. My wheat, I didn't know I was that severely allergic to wheat at that time. So, my goodness, my body just fell apart. I was like, oh, what is wrong? But I kept thinking about my son. My son said, if you beat him, you get to fight David Tua. And then if you beat David Tua, you get to fight for the heavyweight title. He wanted me to fight for the heavyweight title so bad against Lennox Lewis. So I had to do it for my son. I don't care how tired I am. I had to struggle. That was 7th round, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. I won a 12-round decision. I don't even know how I made it to the 12th round.
But
afterwards,
Yeah, sorry.
Afterwards, I started walking, getting dizzy, and boom, I fall down. I'm like, what is wrong with me? I kept walking, boom. And I had some friends that came to watch me fight, so we were hanging out with them, me, my wife, and my friend and his wife. And he kept saying, man, you need to go to the hospital, man. Something wrong. I said, no, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. And the final straw, we went to the top of the building to eat, and I fell out again. And then I finally went to the hospital. And when I went to the hospital, what they always say to me, he's dehydrated. It wasn't dehydration. It was the food.
Oh.
When I moved to Vegas in 2002, that was 2001 when that happened. When I fought Maurice Harris. The next year, I fought David Tua the next year, and then I fought David Tua in 2001, and then 2002 I fought Evander. And before I fought Evander, I moved to Las Vegas, and this guy told me to go see this doctor. And the doctor said, man, you are highly allergic to wheat sugar. I mean, it's like kryptonite to you. And that's why when I fall out, they call it dehydration. They didn't even know what it was. It's the food. As soon as I would change my diet only in training camp, I would feel the best ever. But then after camp, I would load my body with so much junk to keep the weight up. So I was doing that, going back and forth, but it was the food. That's why I was falling out. And that's why I was having extreme fatigue. I would have extreme fatigue, break out in hives. I broke out in highs after so many fights. My body just break out. And I'm having all these issues. I'm like, man. And then when I went to his name is Dr. Melny in Las Vegas. I started going to him. He hit me to a whole different way of thinking about food. But the problem was I still got to be a heavyweight. Because if I would have ate like that then and kept that diet, I couldn't stay a heavyweight. My weight would have dropped way down because I trained too hard. And it just would have burned off me. So I had to keep eating the trash food and forget about that plan. After I got done boxing, I forgot about his plan. I just started to live my life and eat whatever. But during boxing, I had the worst time dealing with my body. Every training camp, I'm falling out. I'm going to the hospital. I'm doing all this stuff. I'm having all these issues, and it was food. At the end of the day, it was just food.
That's amazing. That's
So
interesting.
that's
man.
what it was. Yep.
That's interesting. Now I gotta ask this though: when it comes to the nutrition aspect, you're saying that there were triggers. So if you had hives, you didn't know it at the time, but it was the food. Are you certain of that now, or like have you done tests like, oh, if I eat this, now I'm getting hives again, or?
So I did. I probably did 12 allergy tests where they put the needles in you and you do all that. That don't do nothing. They didn't find it. They found out you're allergic to all this stuff. Okay, but why? What really is? Well, you can keep eating it. No, I can't. I knew I was allergic to shellfish. I'm highly allergic to shellfish, but I'm allergic to all kind of stuff. I mean, the allergies wasn't the shellfish made me break out in hives, but the extreme fatigue and all the brain fog and all that stuff, that was food. I mean, just if I eat candy, just say if I ate a donut, I'll probably sleep for about 5 hours.
Jeez.
That's how tired it makes me.
That's insane, man.
And,
yeah, that's
and the cannabis expert Tammy Thomas, she did it to me. I told her that I'm allergic to all this stuff. So one day she made me a non-organic meal. I took a nap. I never take naps. She found me upstairs sleeping. She's like, dang, he is allergic to all this food. I was like, I woke up and she finally told me. I said, I told you it makes me dead tired. The food do. So I can't mess around with it anymore.
Well, it's probably
and I feel great.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's probably for the best. I mean, and the other thing is when we were talking about medicine the other day, a couple of hours ago, that's the thing. The most doctors believe, but they don't say it because they can't say it. the drugs that they give us, they're actually there to treat the symptoms. So once it alleviates the symptoms, it reduces stress, and then the body heals itself for the most part. But they can't say that because they got the drug companies behind them saying, no, this is the cure. There's nothing. But there is such a thing as a placebo effect. They have proven it. So that plus keeping the body healthy through good nutrition. I mean, there must be some truth to that. I mean, obviously we can't pinpoint it 100%, but I mean, you're saying you're trying it and it works. So I mean, there's got to be something working there.
Number one, that's the number one thing. I would never go back. I would starve before I eat food that's going to harm my body. I'll starve. I literally, until I get food, I'll stay hungry. I would never do that again to my body. I promise myself. I die, literally die before I would eat that food. I'm serious. That's how bad it is to my body. So I'm like, forget that. I feel too good to go back to have any backward steps in my life ever, especially when it comes to food. So I'm dead set on what I believe is the best remedy for everything in your life. You want to be happy? It clears your brain out. Healthy, of course. And the next is wealthy. You feel like you're $1 million.
Yeah, health is the most. Yeah, you can't buy good health, man. I mean, it's people want to keep eating. Sometimes people got to make a decision, right? Either feel like crap or withhold that delicious food, but those cravings will go away after a while if you keep at it. So, because like you said, it's a mental thing, right? I mean,
you got is how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to lose that weight? How bad do you don't want them headaches, Chris? And all that aches and pain, huh?
You drink coffee?
What was that? No, I don't.
Do you drink coffee? Okay.
No, I don't drink any coffee.
Well, now see, that's hard, man. I don't drink coffee either, but I mean, any caffeine at all or no?
Yeah, natural caffeine somewhere, and something I, probably eating. It's probably have a little caffeine or something if it's natural.
Right, because I drink
everything. I don't take pills or nothing. I get all my energy, medicine, protein, testosterone, all that is from food. I get everything I need from food. I don't need anything else, and I don't eat that much of it. But I just eat the right kind of food that put the right nourishment in my body. Because everybody tell me, oh, you need protein, you got to eat meat, you got to do this, you got to eat this. No, I don't. Why? I've been doing this for 3 years straight, training at maximum tempo every day. And I have no effects. Smile great, I feel great, so I won't change a thing. And it's perfect for my body. Like I tell you, some days I fast. Like some weeks I fast 2 or 3 times. One time I did it 3 times, but 2 times a week I just won't eat. I mean, it's no big deal to me. I mean, it is what it is. And my weight I literally can fight at 147.
Whoa.
Literally, I can get out of 147 very easy. I'm walking around right now at 157, and I'm not even in a training camp yet.
The fuck? Well, is it possible that maybe because like we were talking about how everyone's different, you appear to be a genetic freak? I mean, you were training since you were 5 years old, and you got all these incredible reflexes. Is it possible that just you, with this optimal health, you're doing things that might not be possible? Or you think most people could benefit from this type of, or could actually achieve this type of incredible results?
100% people can achieve the same thing. It's all about the mind. What do you want for yourself? Do you want to be healed? You will get healed. You got to believe that you're going to be healed through the course of the process of whatever you're doing, eating, working out, whatever it is in your journey to get healed. For me, it was food. I understand this is not right. And then it allowed me to start working out, working on my body. And then from there, I take it to a whole nother level. But first of all, I had to change the way I ate, what I put in my body. I have to, because it would damage everything, damage all my cells.
Or simply, Chris, like if I want to tell myself I just want to live a longer life, right? I want to live to get old. to see my children like that.
Yeah. Yes. It's power in words. I mean, study just in the conscious community and just study all this stuff about the brain and how it affects and how the electric system works in the body. Man, I want to live to 130. That's how good I feel. I want to be at 100 being a boxing trainer, holding mitts, doing like a 50-year-old doing. I mean, for real, somebody called me Benjamin Button, and I think this is where I'm headed. I'm going to keep going backwards because I feel that good. I'm like, man, I want to feel younger then. I feel like I'm 12. I want to feel 8.
Well, Chris,
I feel so good.
It's interesting, man, because if 30 years ago somebody would have told you, hey, Chris, it's possible to immerse yourself in minus 20 degrees Celsius weather and your skin will not be affected, you would say that's insane. I mean, there's even in the 80s, I think National Geographic, they did an article on those monks that would be able to withstand the cold, but eventually their skin, their biology would give in and they would have to go indoors. Otherwise, their skin would, they would start getting that, it was getting black. But then now we've got that Wim Hof character. I don't know if you've heard of him, the Iceman, who can go immerse himself.
I do the breathing techniques every day.
There you go. So 30 years ago, it seemed impossible, and now they're starting to find out, holy smokes, this guy can actually preserve his skin in the cold. It doesn't get affected. So we don't know what's possible and what's impossible yet. I mean, science can tell us this and that, but if they're not doing the proper test or they don't have an open mind, we'll never really know until somebody tries, right?
Hey, we all got to try. And that's the thing. And it's all put in the mind of us. Because I look around me, and I look at all these buildings, I look at businesses, and I'm like, it was in the mind of somebody to create this. Who created this? Who created the bed? That was in somebody's mind at one time. And then it came out into action. We have all these different thoughts, and every thought is on a frequency. So let's get it. We can do anything. See, in my one life, I feel like I can do anything. This coming back at 50 doesn't mean nothing to me. I don't even think I'm 50 years old. I'm walking around, I'm 50? Really? I'm sparring with young kids, and I'm matching them in everything. So I just blend in. I just got a big gray beard. But I feel like I'm one of the kids.
That's what I wanted to ask you, though, because, I mean, we talked about you getting out of the Olympics and getting that big blow of, whoa, I'm not getting the opportunities I thought I was going to get. Then every fight is an uphill battle because you're fighting bigger guys, and then you win championships. You pull off incredible upsets. So in other words, you've seen your valleys and you've seen your peaks. Nowadays, there's a lot of people out there that are on medication. I forget what percentage of men are committing suicide in the United States, and then you get a large percentage of women who are on antidepressants because they're not living the life they're supposed to. So as a guy who's achieved a lot despite all the obstacles in front of you, what advice could you give people out there who don't feel like there's any hope in their lives?
Well, the biggest thing for me is, what is your goal? What is your goal for your life? Most of us don't have a goal for our life. What do you want in your life? You want the health? You want to be happy? You want wealth? Well, do you write it down? Do you go for it? Do you put your mind, 100% your mind to it? Because whatever you put your mind to, this is what my mother always told me, Chris, whatever you put your mind to, you can do. Well, I feel like I do everything. I don't care about the distractors. Everybody distract. You can't do it. You're too old. You came out of pain. You're this and that. I'm like, really? Okay. Watch. You don't remember what I did at heavyweight. We can do anything in our one life. So let's get it. Let's get onto it and do it. Why procrastinate? The biggest thing is starting. But that's the biggest thing. Once you get started, okay, we're moving toward the goal. Let's keep going. Forget what everybody's saying. Let's get to what we need to get to. You got to lose weight, lose weight. Set a goal for yourself. This is where I want to be at this date. Then this date, I'm going to be there. then set another goal. That's what I did in pain. In the midst of my pain, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. In the midst of my pain, I'm coming back to boxing. I'm coming back to boxing. I'm going to be world champ. I'm going to be $1 billion fighter. There's only $3 billion athletes. 3. I want to be the 4th in my 50s. I manifest all this stuff, and I believe in me. So for me, if a person believes in himself, believe he can get healed, believe he can lose weight, believe I can be the best, do it. Let's get to it. Let's get healed. Let's lose this weight. It's all on us. We live one time. We can do anything we want in our life. Anything. You can go walk. You can sacrifice not eating. It's all in the mind. I ain't eating that today. I'm losing this weight. But nobody want to sacrifice no more. They don't want to push themselves to another level. I'm about pushing. Like I keep saying in our one life. When I turn 50, I'm like, dang, look how fast it came. In another 50 years, I'll be 100 years old. 100. Will I be complaining? No. I'll be like, man, well, I'm thinking about, dang, death is looming around. Let me really get to it. Let me not procrastinate anymore. Let me not say that I'm going to do it and I sit back and I watch everybody else do it, but I'm not doing it. Forget that. It's one life. Time go by way too fast.
And it's interesting because somebody in the chat room, Tarvis the Chimp, is saying that a lot of the stuff you're saying, it's coming out now in different sources. It's coming through, podcasts and people who used to be in the military and who overcame intense training and all that. But if you go back 2,000 years, religious texts were saying the same stuff, more or less, that we're seeing now. So the knowledge has always been there. It's just like you said, it's people choose not to use it. We come up with excuses. Oh, I don't want to lose the weight. I don't want to stop eating good food. Or maybe if I just eat a little bit, everything will be fine afterwards. You know what I mean? It's like all those ancient texts talk about there has to be a little bit of endurance to create the character, and then the character creates, the ability to go on to bigger challenges. So, like you're saying, you have to start small, right, too? You can't just go for the big prize right away. You need to build yourself up to that.
Yeah, it was just like sports. I'll go back to boxing. The first day I'm in training, I'm not going to be champion. Because you got to go through the ranks. You got to go through the process to be the best. Because nobody's not going to give you nothing. You got to earn it. So go out there and start earning it. Just go out there and start earning your one life. Because when you start figuring out, man, I only live one time, and then time it don't stop for anybody. It keeps going. It keeps going. And I'm still sitting here doing the same thing in a paradigm for years. You're just going around in the same circle. Nothing advancing. Nothing in your one lifetime just left. I listened to a guy named Bob Proctor. I don't know if you ever heard of him. It's Proctor and Gallagher Institute. Yeah. And he's, to me, he studied it for 60 years, and the words he's saying, I'm like, really? Gosh, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I really listen, like, he breaks certain things down. I'm like, oh, okay. That's how our life is. Our life is going by fast. What are we doing? We have all this information, skill set is already locked up in us. The thoughts coming through you, are you expanding on those thoughts? Because a lot of them coming through you that are some smart stuff, like genius stuff, witty stuff, anything is given to you. And we sit back and we just look at life go by and watch everybody else live their dream. Everybody got a dream, and nobody living out their dream. I'm trying to live out my dream. That's all I'm doing, and I love it, and I feel great about doing it. And after boxing, I'm gonna have another dream. I'm gonna have another one, another goal, until I die. I want to live it till I'm 130, 40, and keep blessing people, helping people out, and living out a dream.
Now,
one life.
That's the other thing. Everything you're saying makes sense. And there's also the other element we forgot to talk about that prevents a lot of people from achieving their dreams, and that is fear. And the fear not only comes from failing, but the result of failing, which is people are going to laugh at you, or people are going to tell you, I told you so. You could have very easily given in to your fear. When you told people I'm going to be a heavyweight, people must have told you you're insane. Why are you going to do that? But you did it anyway. And what was your mentality then? Did you think about, what if I fail? Or was there no room for that type of thinking when you were
You're
doing
going to
that?
get killed. Yes. I didn't think about that. I heard that you're going to get killed. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to get beat up. And I'm like, okay. My whole thing is, it's the challenge. You said I can't do something. Can't. I hate that word. I can't do it? Really? Okay. And that just clicks in my brain, raised to another frequency. Oh, watch. Little do they know I can do it really good. So my comeback was much worse than the first time. Going to heavyweight. Oh, I got killed by everybody. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get killed. These young guys are too much. Then, I'm hearing it every day from boxers, family, friends. I'm like, goodness. And all that was tearing me down to the point where I'm not coming back to boxing. And then I get a sense of my mom again. She passed away 6 years ago. Whatever you put your mind to, Chris, you can do. Remember that. She always say that. Remember that. So I started putting my mind, forgetting all the voices, because it was intimidating. I was getting ready to quit. Forget all the voices. Go about your business, Chris. Go about your business. Work your butt. Work until you can't work no more. And that's what I've been doing for 3 years.
Hey, Chris,
I've been training for 3 years.
Chris, I just went to your Instagram page, dude. No doubt, dude. No bullshit, man. You're in great fucking shape. I saw you on the beach trying shit. Yeah, no, dude, you were in better shape without a doubt than you were back then. It's crazy. You guys should go to his page. Dude, shredded.
Yeah. And I'm in better shape than those pictures now. Even better. I feel great. I just feel amazing. I feel like, I can really do it. I feel like everybody. I want to inspire, and I got it wrote down on paper. I'm trying to manifest everything. I just want to inspire everybody, especially our country first, the U.S. I represent us in the Olympics. I heard the chance of
Well,
USA.
you should fucking do. No
times.
doubt, Chris. No, I'm not bullshitting you, Chris. Seriously, I'm pretty, good judge of character. I'm a smart cat myself. I really pride myself. Dude, your energy, the way you look, you could make a fortune doing just motivational speaking. You don't even have to get hit to do that.
Yeah, I
you know
love
what I
speaking.
mean? I'm just saying, I'm sure with just your energy, the way you look at your age, that in itself is a fucking, I'm just telling you, motivational speaking, all kinds of things, bro. You can make bank on
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Yeah, hey, I love speaking. I thank you. Thank you for that compliment, man. I appreciate it.
Where can we follow you,
I mean,
Chris?
What was that?
I just followed his Instagram page now. Yeah, no, you should, bro. You should check into that. You should get an agent, do something. I'm telling you, just with your shirt off. Men see, I'm your age, right? So when another guy's your age, guys who have, middle-aged dudes who have money, see a dude looks like, God damn, look at the shape he's in. So you're not just a dude talking it, you're living it, and then you bring energy, and you're articulate, and fucking all. I'm telling you, bro, you can make bank. Big money doing that motivational speaking. You should check into that. Like I said, you don't even have to get hit. Well, listen, I got to get going, Chris. I just wanted to say, man, it's been an absolute honor listening to you. I was hanging on you every word. It's always fascinating. You'd be proud of everything you've accomplished, man, because you've accomplished more than 99.9% of the planet. So just always keep that in mind,
I
brother.
appreciate it. Yeah, I do have to
God
go
bless,
right
bro.
now. Yeah. I appreciate you guys having me on. It was an honor. It's a blessing anytime to just talk. Thank you very much.
Chris, I'm just talking for me. I was just talking for me, not for the show. I'm just one of the panels. I should have said that. I'm not talking for the whole show.
No, but
Sorry about that.
He said he's got to go too. He says he's got to go too. I think.
Oh, okay.
No, I got to go.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You can come back, Chris. You can come back anytime, right?
Yeah, Chris, come back anytime, man, because we barely scratched the surface of everything we've got to.
All right, brother. All right. 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 All right
Chris, are you still there?
Everything the dude talked about was interesting, man. He's just an interesting cat, man. It's crazy.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Wasn't that... Chris, are you still there?
Oh, he's still there?
Yeah, I guess I hear you muffled. Did you move the mic, the phone around, or?
Well, I do have to get up because I got some shorts, but I'm back in my same spot.
Okay. Well, listen, Chris, we know you got to go. You're a busy guy, but we didn't even scratch the surface. So if you could come back one of these days, it would be fantastic to keep on talking about this. And Jimmy's right, man. The way, because it's interesting because you've lived it, and not only did you accomplish great things, but now at this age, you're still, brimming with energy. So when people look at it, they go, okay, he's got to be doing something right. And everything you said, it really does motivate people. And to teach people not only to get motivated, but to keep that motivation until the day you don't no longer need to be motivated. You know what I mean? Because people listen to music and they go, I need to motivate myself. Yeah, but there comes a point where you no longer need those crutches and you just got it all in, because it becomes second, it becomes an instinct. I got to work. I got to get into this. It's fun for me. It's not work.
Yeah.
It's I'm living. So, man, you got me pumped up too, man.
You're living.
I'll tell you that much. And
you're living. I love it.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. So, Chris, thank you so much for being on, man. Really appreciate it. It was great talking to you. By the way, like Gonzalo asked, is there where can people follow you? Instagram, Facebook, so we can put it up here on the...
Chris, it's Chris _ boxing _ Bird. That's my Instagram, and Chris Byrd Boxing Twitter, Chris Byrd Boxing on Facebook.
Right, I got you here. I'm putting it up on the screen here. So go check him out, man. See what he's up to. He said he's gonna make a comeback, and you know what? You can't. I know there's gonna be naysayers, but when I guys come,
I love it. I love it. Love naysayers. I love them. I mean, I'll prove them wrong, but I don't want to put them down or nothing. I just love, you can say no, but no means yes in my mind. Can't mean can. So you can't? No, I can. Yeah, thank you. Let's get it.
All right, Chris. Thanks for being on, man.
All
Take
right.
it easy out there, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
Okay, bye.
Bye, man.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
That's why I said that.
No, that's okay. That's okay, Jimmy. He said he was gonna go. I mean, I think he was at a gym. He said over at Big Bear, hanging out with Shane Moses.
Bear, no kidding. Yeah, no, and I wasn't trying to hide the facts. I didn't want to cheer him on because being his age, dude. It's not, your brain doesn't heal the same either as a young man. So there's other things. I just don't think personally, for me, it's a waste of what he's now taught himself physically. Like, I went to his page, dude. I'm not somebody who gets impressed by some, a guy dude shredded. He's got shredded. He looks great in his energy. He's articulate. Like you said, he was motivating me. I'm listening. I'm like sitting on the couch going, God, I'm a slob. You know what I mean? Just like he was getting me and you know what I mean? Like he knows what he's talking about too. Like he really does. Like, I'm like, why the fuck isn't this dude doing motivational speaking or working for one of these fucking, one of the foods he likes, a rep for one of them, showing up and just doing, talk. Those guys make bank. I'm thinking to myself, he could make good money without having to take any shots to the head. He survived that. To be that articulate, I wasn't joking. To have his facilities the way he does, it's almost unheard of. So, like, why tempt it? You know what I mean? Like, why poke the bear?
Well, you know what? I mean, he's like I was telling him, he accomplished something that most people wouldn't even dream of thinking of, being a super middleweight to heavyweight and dodging shots from those giants who could tear his head off with one shot. Yeah. I mean, he's on another. He's like one of those guys that climbs mountains and jumps out of airplanes and stuff like that. That's that type of guy he is. He's gonna go at driving 100 miles per hour in his life, in this journey we call life, and whatever happens, he's fine with it. He's a risk taker.
He dominated that edge, though. You know what I mean? Like, he already did that. He dominated. He became a world champion. It's like he conquered that mountain, go on to something else. To me, I think he's selling himself short. I don't think he realizes seriously what he has to offer. Most people just don't have that energy. Don't look like that at 50 years old.
Right.
Most 50-year-old men who have money, dude, they'll listen to people like that when they see them. He takes his shirt off. People are like, God damn. Okay, now he's the dude I'm listening to. I'm just saying, there's all kinds of money out there for someone like him to make now.
Yeah,
Put
man.
that
Yeah,
energy
man.
towards that.
I mean, look, listen. It's like I said, it's up to
Personal
him, man. I mean,
choice. I know.
he's on another level, man, of thinking. That's like
I
what we
I
call
just don't
crazy.
want to say like I agree with it.
But listen, what we call crazy, he calls normal, and it's like the Evander Holyfield mentality too. Is like you tell me you can. He said it himself. You tell me you can do it, I'm gonna do it. And look, it takes all types of people in life. There's people like us who weigh the risks, and there's people like Chris who go out there and do accomplish things that most people could never dream of. So I don't disparage anybody. We can sit here and judge from the sidelines, but at the end of the day, and by the way, who knows what's gonna happen? Maybe something happens and he finds another route for life. You never know. You never know. But I'm not gonna be one of those guys.
Hopefully he takes that. Yeah, and then again, I'm not disparaging him. I want to make like I'm not. I'm saying it out of a position of concern, not as like, oh, no, you can't do it. Who knows how far he could go? I'm just saying, as being older, your body just doesn't heal the same, including your brain. Your body can't take the same beating. It doesn't heal the same. Your brain can. It's just like I don't know. It's again, I know enough fighters to include Mickey, man. One of the reasons he doesn't call too many shows, some nights he has a hard time, and it's rough, man. My grandfather was the same way. Headaches at night. His teeth, gums were all fucked up older in life. So it's just, he survived all that. And no matter what, how great you can feel when you're 50, you're just not going to have your same reflexes when you're 30. That's just, I know in his heart he wants to feel that way, but it's just a fact. He's not gonna. Nobody does. Unless he's that one human who's suddenly defied age of time,
Yeah, man. I mean, listen. I guess we'll see what happens. Like everything you're saying makes sense, but I found out through life that sometimes what we call sense is the sense that we build throughout our lives, and it might not actually be common sense. It might actually be a distortion of what's. I mean, I don't know. Like you said, I don't know.
We could be all crazy, and he's the sane one. I know.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no. And if he does do it, hey, I'm gonna I'll back him. If he does it, I'll buy his fights and whatever he does, because I didn't know him before this. I don't know him personally now, but he's a very likable guy. How can you not like him, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And next time he's on. If he comes on next time, I'm going to ask him about that whole, because he's a very friendly guy, but then you see him in there going up against heavyweights, and you're thinking this guy's crazy. So that's the same old story with fighters. Most of them are the nicest guys outside the ring, and then in the ring, they take incredible risks, and you're thinking there's a disconnect there. You know what I mean? There's a craziness, but then outside the ring, they're normal. So it's like, how the fuck does that work? I'm interested in talking to people like that all the time.
But what about what he did? He also validated Gonzalo, me, you, and I think even Bucho said it too. Some other guys don't want to believe that, but when we talk about how great Canelo's defense from the waist up is, remember when he fought Kovalev? That's how I was like, people just don't realize how good he is. Gonzalo's always said, and you have too, like he's underrated, and a lot of other people think, man, he just doesn't move well. Like you don't notice it, man. And to hear Chris say that, to say he's like one of the best at it of this generation.
Yeah, man, and then I wanna to ask more questions too about the diet, because that's interesting. I'm a meat eater, and from I've seen people saying, "No, you gotta eat fucking meat, man." He says he doesn't. So again, it could be a question of just comes genetics or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting to hearing more about him, so I can weigh that against the other things I've heard. By the way, shout out to Amak PvP who donated the super chat. He says, shout out to Byrd, BDA, the panel, and the chat. Hey, listen, thank you, Amak. Really appreciate it. By the way, fellas, don't forget, if you got any shekels to donate them to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. Again, his son, his son is in the hospital. It's been longer than it should be with the intubation, so it's all for a good cause. Gonzalo is a veteran, but the government isn't footing the bill for outside of the nation treatment. So every little bit helps, fellas. Get the word out there. Donate whatever you can. Every little bit helps. All right, fellas. Hey, speaking of Gonzalo, shout out to you, man, for getting Chris Byrd on the line, man. Really, what did you think of the interview?
Thank you. Yeah, he's a special person. I was really intrigued with the things he was saying. How how nobody believed in him, even when he won that medal, and then he came back, and then you asked those questions about him not getting signed, then moving up to the heavyweight division, and having to overcome all that now at the older age. it's just really interesting. He's really a special person.
Absolutely,
Hey, BDA,
man.
did you send me like a WFT in the thing, like, because all of a sudden I was gone in the chat? Like, it seemed like I hung up on the panel earlier. Was that you or Bucho
No.
who sent me that?
I knew you were having the
No,
issues. And
yeah,
the other
no, my fucking dude. What? I had 2% of my phone, so I grabbed the charger, and I thought it was under something. It was under my foot. So when I yanked it, I literally pulled the head out of it. So I had to jump in my car and fly to Store 24 and buy a charger. So that's why I was going between.
No,
I didn't just hang up, man. It was like
the other thing that kills me. The other thing that
Jimmy got a story for even the littlest things. He makes it interesting.
dude, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, because my girl's going with the other one. She went to the mill today, so. But I was standing on it, so when I yanked it, the charges, they break at the tips. I pulled the tip right off. I'm like, you got it, and 2% charge. So, anyways, that's where I was going. I didn't just hang up like a douche.
No, that's okay, man. But yeah, the other thing that bothered me was because we got the Blog Talk Radio where we take phone calls, and I don't know how to turn this shit off. When there's a minute left, it'll tell you 1 minute. But I got the volume boosted up here so that you guys hear Chris Byrd clearly. Otherwise, the baseline volume is very low. So I had to boost the volume. So when that chick comes in saying, 1 minute, I can't. If I lower the volume, then you guys can't hear Chris Byrd. So I have to actually let the message go through. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15 seconds. I go, fuck, will this thing ever finish? That's just my little quirk. I shouldn't be complaining.
He's got to be one of. He's got to be one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time, right?
Well, when you consider he was going up there against guys that were taller and bigger than him and stronger, I mean, it's quite impressive. And that he beat those guys. Never mind that he went 12 rounds with a lot of them. I mean, he beat Klitschko, he beat Holyfield, Tua, Jimmy Thunder, Maurice Harris, Goleta. Well, he drew with Goleta, Jamil McCline. I mean, it is incredible, man.
Yeah, one of the best bigger defensive, like on the bigger side, like heavyweight to heavyweight, one of the best defensive fighters.
By the way,
but you're right too. He has a fucking good personality too. For days.
Yeah, he's brimming with energy, man. It's a mental thing to a certain extent. The people that you see them old and hunchbacks and all that. I think that to a certain degree, I hate to say it, but I think it is mental to a certain extent. Like people just lose the zest to live. And the body reflects that.
Well, what he was saying about the energy food, that's right. Even if you're eating carnivore meats, dude, it's good to eat avocados, walnuts, all those energy foods. It really will help keep you sharp.
Absolutely.
I planted 6 avocado trees in my home lot here in the Philippines. It's going to take like 3 years for them to grow. Yep.
Good for you, brother. Energy food, one of the best.
In 3 years' time, free avocados, man. Send us a couple. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Well, listen, fellas, thank you for joining us. Real appreciate it, man. We've been on for almost 4 hours. Thought it was a good interview. Glad you guys were on as well, man, to ask questions. It's always good to have you guys who had boxing experience to be able to also ask those type of questions that the boxers enjoy hearing. So shout out to you fellas. Shout out to Recognize, who was here earlier as well. Jay, King Bucho, of course, Gonzalo and Jimmy. Thank you guys for sticking around. And hey, by the way, I'm just curious, are you guys going to watch the Askren fight or?
No,
I'm watching Perella, Tony, right? Perella versus Tony Harrison. On my other
He's going to eventually knock out. He'll knock out Perella. Perella's got fucking. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
It's looking that way. Then the other one's about to start. I think the Askren one. I'm interested to see that one. Hey, it's a little bit of a casual.
But isn't it a pay-per-view? Is it a pay-per-view? Is it on? What is it on?
Well, never mind how I'm watching it, but I'm watching it. I don't want to say.
Never mind, I'm watching it. Yeah, but what was I going to say? Yeah, well, you could tell Jimmy in the Discord, in the private Discord, so he'll understand what you're talking about. People in the chat also wanted to ask us, once we were talking about nutrition with Chris Byrd, they wanted us to ask him about the little prick in the arm for the flu, the special flu that's flying around, if you know what I mean. I ran out of time. I was going to ask him, but then we just started talking about so many things. Next time, if he comes on, I will definitely ask him that question, get his thoughts on it. But other than that...
Yeah, you told me, BDA, when it's adequate with the schedule and everything, because he's an interesting guy, and I'm sure you could fit it in one day that you think you want to, like, hear about that in other people.
Yeah.
If you're interested in, like...
let's try to get
diet.
Yeah, let's try to
Or his
reach out.
career,
Absolutely. We should also try to reach out to current fighters, man. Current fighters, because it's also interesting to hear what they got to say. Although I will say that most of the time talking to retired fighters is a little bit better because we got a whole career to talk. Yeah, that's exactly that too. They got more honesty. Whereas if you ask current fighters, "Hey, how are you doing?" "I'm doing great. I'm the best I've ever been." It's like, come on, man. I mean, or they don't want to talk game plans and they don't want to talk tech. You know what I mean? It's like, but anyway, it's cool to talk to them too. I'm not saying it would be a bore, but whatever, hey, if we can get them, we can get them. So I'm gonna get to work on that. I know Gonzalo. Thank you for helping us out with that as well and getting Chris Byrd.
We'll keep seeing what's going on.
Absolutely. Anyway, fellas, thank you for being on. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat, and that's about it, man. Thank you for being on. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Travis the Chimp says, "I'm kind of glad you didn't ask him." Yeah, well, you take a risk whenever you ask this type of questions here on YouTube, man. You never know what's next. We'll try to bring you. I'm working on a second Renaissance for tomorrow, but I do have to amass content to talk about. Otherwise, we just stay silent, and we end up talking about just fucking boxing again. So I'm gonna work on that. If you guys can bring up stories too that you've read, the more entertaining, the better. And that's about it, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Catch you in the next one. All right, fellas. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Okay, bye. Later, Jimmy.
Take it easy, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in everyone.